Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
It's a house! Huh?
Yo. Well, there's Benny over there eating some crap. Who the hell knows what Benny's doing? All right. Well, I don't know if I think I was told that Dateline has a sort, like an FBI connection, so they were able to get footage, and I guess they're going to probably be playing it tomorrow. I was spending the whole day working on my timeline still and trying to sort of calculate different things, and but they put out a little clip. Of course, they always just leave, they never give you the whole thing. I mean, I can't stand the way the media does it, just show the whole vehicle driving the whole time. But at least we have new footage of the Elantra from the 1112 King Road footage. Yeah, so it's like this is what showed up in their little clip that they had. Hold on. Right here. So this is at 3:33:03. So in my chart over here, I don't know if why we're just jumping right into it, but I was thinking of doing there's an update also in Caleb. Well, basically the arrest in Caleb Quick's case is that they arrested a 16-year-old girl, and then they released her, and she lawyered up right after that. So maybe the 16-year-old girl had somebody else do something to him after claiming he did something, right? All right. So let's look at this. Go right to this. 3:33:01. Westbound on Queen Road, turns north onto King. So let's see what we have here. Right, yep, that's exactly what that is. See, the car is driving north on Queen Road right there.
Like these security videos from...
And then turns right there, right? That's Keith Morris. Here, I'll get rid of... We don't need to have the audio. So that's pretty interesting, right? There it is at 3:33, and the time that they have in the document is 3:33:01. So that's exactly what I was telling you guys, is they pick it up. See, there's 33, 32, so they started it right at 32 right there, but it's 1 second before that, so it's kind of more near this telephone pole right there. So they always kind of have the same time frame when they pick it up. But there it is turning right there, and I'm sure if you can keep watching it turn, you can probably make out what kind of vehicle it is. And hey guys, this is a normal show. It's not some different kind of show out there, so if you have the ability to help support the channel during the show, I would appreciate it. My channel relies on you guys that are watching. Hopefully you guys find my material worth supporting. I think it's better than other people. The new rage out there, you guys, is the lime green Elantra that was missing its front plate. that was spotted a year after the homicides. Oh, okay, that guy's got to be it. These people are nuts, okay? It's like, what's the flavor of the day to try to help a quadruple killer get off? And now it's the lime green Elantra. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Unreal. Yeah, I'm showing it right now. I'm showing the footage. So this is the car pulling in at, so it's right back there. So they just do this little cross dissolve crap. Can't stand that. And then here comes the vehicle at 3:38:36. And what do I have in my timeline? 3:38:34 right there. So again, that's exactly what I thought. So when it says a vehicle matching the description of the vehicle when it's seen southbound on King Road and then turning east on the Queen Road. So that's at 3:38:34. So that's what this footage would have been. So if you go back a little bit, it starts at 3:38:36. So you can probably see the lights. Right when you see the lights show up in the picture here, that's when they give us the time frame. So then here it comes. Here's the white Elantra. It comes around, and then they just do another cross dissolve again to another. Now it's going out at 3:40:32. So if we go to our timeline, 3:40. Let's see. Westbound on Queen Road, turns north on the King Road. So this is 3:40:24. And what do they have here? All right, yeah, so the thing is it's almost going around the corner. So right when it's here is 5 seconds before that. So it would be 3:40:24 right when you see the vehicle right there. I don't, it's okay, Sandy. I've got all the stuff I need to see, all right? Thanks. All right. Oh no, I didn't know he did that. If he did do that, send me the link to that, and I'll send him a strike on his way. Okay. And by the way, you guys, we're still currently at 0, starting the show off. That's always a bad sign. So if you guys are out there and can support the channel, we just need to get the momentum going every single night. This channel raises funds to help support the channel, and at the end of the month, we donate thousands of dollars to various true crime related charities, and that's the only way to make that happen. All right. When you have these nights where it's just frozen, doesn't work. Hey, thank you. Eve loves God. All right. Let's see. Yeah, send me that link. I thought you were saying something about the case today. All right. Hello, Catherine. I don't know. Hold on. I'm trying to catch up to what people are saying. Right. Oh, well, thanks, Theoroy. I was the only one that made sense, too. Isn't that wild? Hey, thanks, Mindy. I was the only one that got it right out of the whole group of people that were there. Alright, so this is 3:40:34 is when it goes off the screen. You can tell it's not moving very fast. I mean, this is the pace if I hit play. Watch. That's slow. That one might be a little bit quicker. That one's at 3:56. 356.27. And so based on that, I'm going to say it's 356.24 or something. Let's see, 350. There it is, 356.24. Yeah. So that's just based on they pick it up consistently using. So by looking at this image right here, it's too loud. Right back here. So right when the car shows up in the video, that's 3 seconds before that. That's when you see it in the document. So right when it shows up there, then they describe what the vehicle does. So when they say 356.24, the vehicle is heading south on King Road and then heads east on Queen Road. That means they're just describing what the vehicle is doing, but giving us the first time you can see the vehicle. Hey, thanks, Sandy Shirley. Sig raised the vest. Let's show him some love. Financially freaks. Catch the wave. And then CR said, gifted a membership to April. Right, that's 356.27. Then there's one more. This one's pretty interesting. Look at that right there, you guys. So I happen to know exactly when that is. That's when it's doing the U-turn. And does that look lime green to any of you guys? I'm just saying. Yes, they do say that some different colors out there may look white in a surveillance camera, but you know, you guys are absolutely grasping at straws. And I hope the guy, because they're naming the person who owns the lime green Elantra, I hope he sues the hell out of these people. I mean, they're absolutely embarrassing themselves. They're just ridiculous. You can see the look even on their face when they're explaining it. They look like they're almost ashamed to be talking about it. Unbelievable stuff. No, it's not lime green. It's actually white. I hope you guys can see that. So here's where it does the U-turn. So that's interesting because I didn't have that time. So I actually added that in as a new time element as 4:07:02. It's doing the U-turn. So it's interesting. I mean, it's interesting that it got out like that, so it must have like went really kind of wide and then turned to get into that position to then turn and head back up. So those are the only little 5 clips, but I have a feeling that for the Dateline, they're going to have the full, all the different portions. They're saying, hey, we figured out the timeline. Hello, yeah, we've had the timeline figured out here for a long time. It's just got more detailed now. Two or three of these were gifted. I don't of your 23 months. Oh, cool. Not sure why you're saying that, but hey, cool. I agree with you that Brian is guilty. Yeah, it's Bryan. I usually associate the people who spell everybody's name wrong with the Pro Burger crowd. And, you know, here's the thing. It's not even a case. A lot of people think, you know, I think he probably did it. I don't think he's going to get convicted. You guys are just as dumb as the Pro Burgers. It's ridiculous. The only way he'll turn out to be not guilty, or it'll be a hung jury. That's not guilty, but it'll be a hung jury, or that means there's 12 Pro Burgers that got on the jury, because there can't be 12 idiots in society sitting there that can't see the factual. I mean, right now, the information that's already out there now is enough. You know, that's just the reality. It's been enough. They have so much more, though. So what he was talking about in this little clip that Keith Morrison put out is that, let's see, the Koberger was searching for, you know, different girls on the Idaho campus and WSU campus, even friends of, you know, the victims, things like that. He also did searches on his computer for Ted Bundy, and guess who made a comparison of Ted Bundy about 2 years ago? Yeah. How he moved from Pennsylvania to Washington, then attacked sorority girls. I think he's, I actually think Kohberger is somebody who just is mimicking various serial killers. That's what I think. Now, people he learned about, I think Danny Rolling. People have mentioned that at the beginning. I hadn't really looked into him. But man, Danny Rolling had a K-bar knife that he purchased and then went through sliding glass doors. Pretty crazy. Any of these pro-burgers would spend the night in a house with BK. Yeah, oh, of course they would, because he didn't do it, right? It'd just be fun and games. Hey, good evening, Vintage Peacock, coming in a bit late to the episode. Yeah, so basically there was 5 clips in the 5-minute video that they put out there. So obviously they have access to the entire footage, and apparently, see, the FBI was doing their own investigation on the side, and apparently Dateline has a connection to the FBI, and they probably got the footage. I mean, look at this. It's all, this is 3:33. That's on the first, that's leaving after the first lap. So after he sat there for about a minute or so and then drove away, that's it. So I'm going to just guess here. So let's see this right here. 3:33:02. I would think it would be a second or two before that. Let's see. They have 3:33:01. Right. So that means the car would be right there, and that's the same spot that we got on each of the shots, like this one, for example. See this? See that? Look at this. 4:20 and 47 seconds. And see that vehicle right there? That's the Elantra leaving. Hey, thank you very much, Scarlett. Appreciate your work, Gray. Thank you. And coming in a bit late. So this is what I figured out a while ago. We got lucky on it. See how it says 4:20 and 47 seconds? Well, it turns out in the documents themselves, it comes up with it has 4:20 and 47 seconds. It's heading out north on King Road, etc. So going west on Queen and then heads north on King. So that means west on Queen and then north heading that direction on King. And so we know that they're probably consistent, within, I'm sure they didn't sit there and like tick, tick, like I would do. I would go tick, 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 and make sure I got the exact same spot on each time. In fact, I even adjusted what they did on the looping behind on 500 Queen Road, because it turns out they weren't absolutely, it was like a second off or a second here. And so I switched the timeline to match what reality was, okay? So remember how yesterday on the show we had 33 seconds, 33 seconds, 33 seconds? Now it's 33, 32, 31. Like that. Because that's the real time. Let's see. All right, so we know that every time it drives by, and they're referring to this is here they're talking about, is right when the car is in that position. Right in the similar position. But Gray, you bastard! My feelings, I don't even know what that means. You hurt your feelings? Okay. I don't know if I did or not. Alright, so that right there is 3:33:02, but it's actually 01. The car is right there, so it's a little different, but still right in that same area. And then that's almost the time. So I would say if I take that 3:38:36 when it's heading south on King, that would probably be like 2 seconds before when the car is right when it's coming in right there. Let's see. 33834. Yep, there you go. See, there it is. A vehicle matching description. Vehicle 1 is seen southbound on King Road, turning east onto Queen. Can I get a boom? I mean, yeah, this is just... I wish I had the actual video of this. Man, I could do so much more than Dateline. They're just going to go, ooh, look at this clip. You know, I could make stuff that you would just go, oh, geez, here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Like that. Hey, thanks, Cool Kitty and Kelly Jensen. Cool Kitty, and then Kelly, have you seen the possible connection with Grove apartment complex? No. What's the connection with the Grove apartment complex? Don't tell me the lime green. Don't tell me the lime green Elantra. Don't tell me. Don't do it. Let's take a look at the couple of articles that came out today. Now there is video footage at that pool party on that documentary. I wonder if any of it has Koberger sitting there in it. All right, let's take a look at this. It says Brian Koberger case. Fellow students reveal peculiar text exchange with him before Idaho murders. Let's see. A University of Idaho student shared an alleged text exchange she had with the 30-year-old who has been accused of killing fellow college students Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Anna Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. I think it's always, you almost always say it in that order. I try to switch it up from time to time. After meeting him at a pool party in the summer of 2022, just months before the murders, the graduate student named Holly said that she and Brian engaged in an awkward... I think we remember hearing about this a long time ago. Yeah. In an awkward conversation when they were first introduced at a party. I was kind of mingling and socializing and started chatting with the guy, she told host Keith Morrison in a preview clip from Dateline. Yeah, that's in there. The Terrible Night on King Road TV special airing. I'm recording that. That's tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And he had told me that he had just moved and he was starting his PhD. Holly added, I definitely felt a little obligated to chat with him because to me he seemed a little awkward, you know. And the first thing he said to me is, you know, you have nice birthing hips. Hey, thanks, Allie Cake. Kind of like you might expect for a PhD student who didn't know anyone at the party and was maybe trying his best to kind of get out there and be special and make friends. Whoa! Thanks so much. This account. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Very kind. Hey, can you guys hit that like button? Is that possible? Let me let's see if we can get up to 300 likes. All right, I got the little poll up there. Come on, we can do it. And we get the obligatory no's by the trolls that grace us with their presence in the chat. Thank you so much. Nice birthing hips. We should make a t-shirt that says that. Only guys can wear it. You know, you've got nice birthing hips out there. Ironically wears very form-fitting... I don't know. Who's Holly? I mean, the girl that's in this interview here? Oh, Holly, yeah. Hey, Kelly Jensen, did you respond? Let's see. What is the connection that you're talking about? In the Grove where this pool... Well, what's the connection to it? I think I remember people talking about stuff like that a couple years ago or something. But let me just ask you guys something. After we've been covering this for you know, the 2 years and all the videos that I've made, how is there any doubt at this point? I mean, this guy is toast. He did this. Thank you, Von Dazen. Good work, Ray. $10 from me and 10 from the missus. Well, say hello. Thank you to the missus. Yeah. What is meaning of the poll is, what do you mean? What's the meaning of the poll? Is it possible to get up to 300? I guess I meant to put, forget it. I meant to put likes, but I put like. So that's not good. But hey, we got to 263 on it. So see if you guys can keep going. Like quick. Can we get 300 likes? Like quick. You know, I meant to put likes. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh well. I guess that was like totally. Holly added, I definitely felt a little obligated to chat with him because to me he seemed a little awkward. Kind of like you might expect for a PhD student who didn't know anyone at the party and was maybe trying his best to kind of get out there and be social and make friends. During their conversation, the plant science student said she told Brian about a hiking group she was a part of, and the pair exchanged cell phone numbers. Wow. The next day, Brian allegedly followed up on their chat with a text. Also in the little clip that Dateline put out is Madison Mogan, a girl that considered Madison Mogan her best friend, was supposed to stay overnight that night, and she didn't for some reason or whatever, right? And so, man, how lucky is that? I don't know if they could have fit 3 people in that room, so maybe Kaylee would have slept with somebody else. I think that maybe one of the other people would have lived or so. I don't know how that would work, but hey, I'm pretty sure we spoke about hiking trips yesterday. Brian text from July 10th, 2022. Read per Dateline. I really enjoy the activity, so please let me know. Thanks. Looking back, Holly now reads... So he read, hey, I'm pretty sure we spoke about hiking trips yesterday. Brian texts her on July 10th at 1:19 p.m. and then said, I really enjoy that activity. That just sounds weird, you know. Who talks like that? I think you would say something like, hey, we talked yesterday about hiking. Your eyes look like a lizard. Oh, jeez. Holly now reads Brian messages with more critical eyes. The wording of the... Yeah, I totally agree that... I mean, I didn't even see what she was going to write, but I really enjoy that activity. So please, you know, it's just kind of strange way that's worded, I think. And then down here, I guess it says the wording of the text, as I look back on it, is peculiar, she said. It was almost overly formal. I really enjoy that activity. Yeah, exactly. There you go. See? So, you know, can you follow up with me about that? So, you know, can you follow up with me about that? Brian, who pled not guilty in the case, is set to stand trial for the Idaho murder starting August. If convicted, he could face the death penalty. I mean, I think the trial is being streamed, right? I mean, that's what they've been saying on that one website that they stream it from. That's what I've heard this whole time. Nice hiking hips. Oh, yeah. That's funny. That's Austin Huber, combining 2 of them. Leading up to the impending trial, presiding Judge Stephen Hippler partly granted the defense's request to block the use of Brian's autism spectrum disorder diagnosis as evidence against him. They weren't going to use that against him, though. during the trial, though the judge signaled his ruling could change if Bryan testified, according to court documents. Man, we don't need to go over all this stuff. And then, so I guess this is stuff that the FBI is giving out to different people. I don't know, but it says, Bryan Kohberger alleged search history is pretty eerie. Cops say he was looking up Ted Bundy and unconsensual pornography in the weeks before and after he allegedly murdered 4 University of Idaho students. Wow. Ted Bundy and man, that was my first. I made a video so long ago about that. I don't know. Let me see when I did that. I don't know. Let's just see if I can find it. I've done videos just on Ted Bundy. I did a whole series on him. We went through the newspaper articles. It was pretty crazy. If you ever want to go check that out. Yeah, right here. Look at this. This is when I was still using like the brick background thing. That's like a million years ago. Look at this. Idaho 4, Bryan Kohberger, Bundy. Was Bryan Kohberger copying Bundy? Right? So when you get these other Yahoo guys out there going, hey, yeah, it's a Bundy. Yeah, we were talking about it a long time ago. All right? So let's see what the date is on this. January 4th, 2023. So we're talking less than like 7 weeks after the homicide I made this video. If you haven't seen it, you should go check it out. Might be kind of interesting. Who the hell knows? Yeah, just 5 days after his arrest, right? Because we didn't know who he was. Yeah, that's a good point there. I forgot about that. Kohberger used his phone to browse the internet for porn with the keywords forced, passed out, drugged, and sleeping. Well, there you go. Yeah, he was looking for both of those when they were drunk, sleeping. According to NBC News, he also searched for Ted Bundy, a notorious serial killer. Then it says the alleged murder search history is featured in an upcoming episode of Dateline. Man, I can't wait. I'm going to take notes. And NBC also says they obtained surveillance footage showing a white car, we just showed part of it, circling the area where the students were stabbed to death in their off-campus house in 2022. NBC says investigators believe the white car seen approaching the murder house is Kohberger's ride. Give me a break. Just say car, okay? You're not hip. I know you're TMZ, but you don't sound hip. It sounds stupid to... it sounds idiotic to try to sound hip when you're talking about a quadruple homicide. Yeah, it was Kohberger's ride, he's just... Yeah, anyways. So, right now we are at less than 50% of the goal. So if you guys are out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, I would appreciate it. This channel relies on you guys. The ad revenue on live streams is almost nil. It's crazy. I'm not sure why they have it set that way. You could have 30,000 views and it wouldn't be as good as a video that it had 30,000. Hello, Polka Dot Suzanne. So the alleged murder search history is featured in an upcoming episode of Dateline, and NBC also says they obtained the surveillance footage. And then there was, his ride. Despite mounting evidence, Kohberger has continued to maintain his innocence. Yeah. So there you go. They're going to be bringing up. It is interesting that he looked up Ted Bundy. Now you could argue, I guess he's we look that stuff up all the time. I got to tell you, like if any of us, especially YouTube content creators, were I mean, the search history on my computer, it would look like, I mean, I've searched every single crime that's out there. You know, like all the different cases we're doing, etc. It's crazy. So if you're just getting here, this is the new footage that they obviously have the whole thing, but they gave out little hints of it. So this is when he's leaving after the first pass. I can just do this out of my head. This one right here is coming in for the second pass, coming onto into the scene. So look at that. It's 3:38:39. This will be sort of interesting. So 3:38:39, and then let's switch over. Oh, I guess I am here. So go to that, and then watch. I guess I have it over here. Then 3:38. Now that's interesting. So right here, I think it was 3:38 something. I can't remember. 39, I guess. Then look, watch. And then here comes the vehicle behind 500 Queen Road. See, that's the same car, you guys. I mean, so when you get these people going, how do we know it's the same gray? Well, there it goes. It's right there. Right, and so look at, here's my animation. So this is what this car is doing. You see, look how accurate the stuff that I've been making is, you guys. I mean, so here it is, turning. It's going here, and then it's going to be, it comes right around behind 500 Queen Road right there. And then right now, its headlights are going to flash and hit this building right over here. And then the car turns, right? And then this is just when the car's right there to here. And then this one is when the exactly where I showed you guys a minute ago. See how it picks it up? This is 1112 King Road, and then the car's right there when it starts counting. And then it clocks it, and then I count it until it's seen behind 1119 King Road up there. Hey, thanks, Shay 530. And there's no way in hell we have 2,159 people watching. We might have 600 or 700, but there's this really crazy shoot up and then a straight line. That never happens. So put a 1 if you guys have seen the lime green Elantra crap stories that people are selling out there. You know, it's just... It's unbelievable, you guys. Yeah, good. I'm glad a lot of people haven't seen them. People show up here like it's fact that car at 4 o'clock was actually that other guy's car because we need it to be some other guy's car. Even though Koberger drives that exact same year and everything. And his phone, apparently okay. So Dateline also said when the phone was there 23 times, it pinged within 100 yards of that house. Okay? Now, when we read that the other day, remember how it was worded? It didn't sound like that. It didn't sound like that's what they were saying. So I don't know. I don't know if I agree with what Dateline's saying, because we saw the part where it mentioned 100 yards. But I don't think it actually says that. Now, maybe that information is out there, but that document didn't say that. And which document was that in again? Does anybody remember? Maybe we could take a look at that. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, KT Santos. It's hard to, you know. Thank you, Jeffrey Sidal or Sidal. What's your favorite trails around here? Yeah. Yeah, have you ever been to King Road? just came over from the other. I don't know what the other channel is. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, there is no lime green Elantra in this video footage. This guy was. I mean, the part that's kind of it's ridiculous is that the green vehicle was at the destruction of the building. You know, the 1122 King Road address. They tore it down, and then there's this green car back there. And yes, it does not have a front license plate, and it's a lime green Elantra. On that video footage, though, I couldn't make out, though, if it had the particular sort of slits for those rear lights that are indicative of the 2014, 15, 16. Oh, you don't know the details? Oh. And he just so happened to put number plates on it afterwards. What? You guys are crazy people. You know that? Like you're following around just a random citizen. It has nothing to do with anything. He just happens to have an Elantra. It's not white. And you guys are stalking him. You guys are nut jobs. Literally. Who cares if he put a license plate on it someday? And you don't know what the dates are. You don't know anything about it. You're just listening to a bunch of YouTubers who are just sort of, you know, oh, hey, here's a date. Look. And they just give you this little slick crap going on the screen. I watched it. And I'm just going, what are you even saying? I literally look at him and go, what are you even talking about when I'm watching it? What in the hell are you talking about? They're not making sense, but to dumb people, they're geniuses. Oh my God, look at all this. Oh, this is amazing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You know, they do this stupid crap because they don't have a good enough system where they lay the paper on like they're just really on top of it, man. I mean, it's embarrassing, you guys. Absolutely embarrassing watching I think what's more embarrassing are the people, the hordes of people who watch this stuff and actually believe it. My God, you guys. They say, oh, he was there, man. He was there. What do you mean? We don't even know how long he was living there for. You don't know anything about the guy. I mean, what are you guys doing? And you're putting his name out there, stalking him like a psycho? Jesus, I hope to God this guy just records all of the stuff that you guys are saying and takes you guys to court. Because you can't do that. Okay, he isn't even associated with the case at all. Stupid. The lime green Elantra. Yo, it's the new rage, everybody. Well, Kopaka didn't work. Nor did the other guy that lives over there, and that guy, and all the jacks out there, and oh, ooh, 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 look at the Elantra. We can make a whole story about this one. Just go read the comments under these videos. Oh, God, you're so good. This is so great. Oh, wow, this is awesome. And it's absolute garbage, all of it. Okay? You know, I guess I could say, yeah, it's kind of, you know, he's missing a front license plate. It's a green car, however. You know, and I guess some colors, based on the way the paint is when they're seen on surveillance cameras, can appear to be white, you know. But what else do you got there? So there was 2 Elantras driving around? That's crazy. So what they want to do is to tell everybody out there that the very important footage that's at 4 o'clock, like 4:01, right around 4:01, where you see the white Elantra missing its front plates, that's this other guy's car. The other one, who knows what that thing is, man? You know, they weren't able to say what year it was on the other ones. So, and then you hear them say stuff like, well, I don't know, but I just think he had somebody else working with him. Okay, so the other guy working with him had a white Elantra 2 the same year and also missing a front plate. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Susan Smith. Are there pings of suspect vehicle 1 coming to the house that morning at 9 a.m. before police arrived? Well, hold on. I think I do have some info. Yes, there is information. Hold on. See, this is what's so great about my timeline here. It's really got way more advanced overnight. I mean, look at this thing. But let me see what you're. I did see that yesterday. I was looking at this. I was just kind of glancing through it. So watch right here. At 9 o'clock, the blue on the screen here. Hey, thank you, Walker and Forgetful Mandy. Well, thanks for not forgetting to help support the channel. All right, look at this right here. The blue, see the blue ones? Those are all ping that's all ping information. So look at it. At 9 a.m., leaving, the cast data shows that he's leaving the area of his residence. And then at 9:12, the cast showed the phone utilized cell source resources at 1122 King Road. Are you kidding me? And then look at this. At 9:12, 1 minute after that, a vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 is seen traveling southbound on Highway 95, right at that A&W. Okay, so we're talking about right over here. Let me just turn all these on here. Ding, ding, ding. Just like that. Hey, look at that. It's Leon Littlejohn. Gifted 5 memberships. How are you feeling? Sounds like you were kind of struggling a little bit with headaches. And so right here, look at this. This is the A&W guy, you guys. And the Elantra, there was one matching his car driving by right here at 9:12. So let me ask you something. Do you think it's possible that he went like this? And then right there, and then he turned up like that. And maybe comes out like that and heads out. And that's how I would have done it. Bing, bing, all the way up here. And then left back out to Pullman, Washington, over here. Hey, look at that. Tara got a membership. Well, who else up there? We got Ash Rabinez, Tara, Jonathan Clark. That's crazy. Is that your real name? Because there's a case that we covered with the same name, Jonathan Clark. Tina, Humphrey, and Gotcha. Hey, come on, Theo. Hey, Theo Roy, give us a good explanation about this lime green Elantra. It's just hideous that you guys believe this stuff. Honestly. I mean, it's amazing. But man, who is looking forward to that Dateline? Man, I know that they have an inside source, so that means what they're putting out is good. And the reason you know that is because that footage is not out there. They have it, and that means the other stuff they have is going to be accurate. So we're going to go ahead and hopefully, I don't know what we should do. Could we... I mean, we could almost be live while it's playing, or I don't know. Thank you, Austin Huber. And let me see something. Do we have any coffees tonight? Again, we're always... No. So here we go. Let's see this idiot.
And because both...
Hold on.
And there's
Oh, he does use mine. Yeah, he steals it. What a dick. That Embry dipshit used my animation of the Elantra, and he puts this little thing up there to censor it so that my logo isn't on there.
Avenue.
He is such a dumb. He's like literally a dumb person. Anyways, yeah, I was just looking at it. He stole all of my animations. We'll definitely have to take care of that. Hey, look at that. Somebody named Butt Gray. Butt Gray! Thanks for all the time and energy you put into your work. Well, thank you. I know that's what these guys do, man. They don't have content. They just take other people's stuff and do something. It's amazing. Yeah. He's just, and he's one of those people you can't debate with because he's a conspiracy nutter. Those people you can't talk to because they throw out stuff that there's no arguing. It's just weird craziness. Oh yeah. So if we do a Dateline, I wonder if can I watch it over here at that same time? Because I'm on 3 hours different, and they usually have that delay. Yeah, see, it's on at 9 here. I wonder if I can watch it online or something. Mike, when you say you're an embarrassment. Yeah, it's crazy. Hey, thanks for the coffee there, though. But Gray! But Gray just supported my channel. All right, I want to show you guys this crazy stuff that I was working on today, though. I think this is so much of a better way to do this. What do you guys think with the colors right here? This is, let's see, what was it, 119? Why isn't that one popping into my head quick? Oh yeah, 1125. Yeah, this is 1125 Ridge Road. This is the A&W. And then look, down here are the 3 cameras that picked up the white Elantra driving by. And then exact timing, I've actually driven this route, the exact amount of time that it takes to drive from there to go through this intersection, boom. Their time on there, I think it's about 10 seconds off though, but it goes by right here, the A&W. Then this house here has a camera obviously on this side and this side because it picks it up. It can film the vehicle driving all the way up like that, and then another one picks it up coming down like this. So that would be on this side of the building. There's 2 cameras on this building. Then it comes up around like this, and then into the area. I call this the complex. The outlined area here. It comes in, and I added these homes to it just so it wasn't confusing, even though you don't really walk over there. But you come in like this, and then take a immediate left. So this is King Road. You head south, and then you head east on Queen, and then it goes back behind there, and that's when it's picked up. And then it drives around this direction, and on the first pass it stops for about a minute 10 seconds or so. Then it takes off again and is spotted right here leaving, and I think that's the one in the new footage, which is right, let's see, 3:33:04. There it is. It's leaving right there, and the time that I have on there is 3:33:36. So it's 2 seconds. I have 3:33:36 is when the headlights are seen southbound on Walenta Drive behind 119 King Road. But what time is that again? Did I get the wrong time here? 3:33:07. Hold on. Oh, that's when it's, that's right. This is when it's exiting. So it's the one right above it. So if you go back here a little bit, so that one almost picks it up at the right time. See, about a second before that at 3:33:01, right here, there you go. That's when the vehicle is seen heading west on Queen Road, and then it goes north on to King Road. And watch, you can see it do all that. Watch this. There it is, west, and then it turns north right there, and then you can actually see the vehicle back here. They don't have that here. I hope they show that, though. God, I hope they show that. But right back here, that's Willanta Drive back there. Can you guys see where I'm pointing? And you'll see the lights shine back there as the vehicle makes its way around. And that's the one that's at 336. Headlights are seen southbound on Willanta Drive behind 1119 King Road. And in this video right here, that's what this building is. So this building right here is 1119 King Road, and this one is 1127, where headlights actually hit that building. I sure as hell hope they show all of it, because you guys will see exactly what I've been telling you guys this whole time. There's headlights that hit this building right before it stops behind 1122 King Road. It hits the top of the building, and then you see it come out here after a certain amount of time, and then you'll see it go back here, and there'll be lights right there on Willanta Drive. And I mean, I wonder if it'd be useful. I would have been cool if I'd taken my car and made like a cone of a light and then just have it sticking out. But can't you guys just see? Let me just draw a line. I'll show it to you. Like, so pretend the car's driving right there in this direction. But look at this. I mean, if that's the headlight, make it straight. Just as it's turning, it hits the top of this building here. That's the 1127 address. This one right here is 1119, and then when the vehicle is driving behind right there, you can see through there. And in fact, if we go on to this, God, you guys are lucky. Oh, man. I just got to get to the right spot here. It takes a second to kick back in. These are huge files, like...
Morning, you could easily just...
Oh, yeah, that's right. I even did my one in the car when I was driving. Gotta have to find that one again.
Back in...
So look. This right here is... Let me go back a little bit more. Down here. Probably right in, yeah. See, this building right there is 1119 King Road. So let me just move a little bit further up. Right there. And so this is 1119 King Road. And I think right through there, I mean, I guess this tree's right in the way. I think if I just go a little bit more, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to see it on this one, but right around that corner is 1112 King Road, and this is 1127. And then look back here, you can see the parking spot back there behind the home. Thank you, Vicky White. And there it is. So when that car came around back here, the headlights hit the top of this house right there. Just for a brief second. It goes ding as it's turning. Let me see if I can find that video from the other day. That was a good one. I think it's on... Thank you, Leon Littlejohn. Well, it's on NBC. There's just a 5-minute video that they put out that had that clip on there. Probably find it on YouTube or something. No thanks, Lynn. No thanks. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and do the. You want me to look at this this thing right here? A sunroof vehicle has nothing to do with the case. God, you guys are just crazy, man. I swear to God. It's unbelievable. Okay, I'm going to try to find that one from yesterday, or a few days ago. That was such a good video. Where the hell is it? Was that like the 6th? No. 5th? I'll just find it the old way here. GoPro. Yeah. Ah, there it was. GoPro, Idaho. There it is, the 27th. House view. That might be right there. All right, this might be the one. Come on. It's a huge file. Doesn't want to play. Here, let me try to get it out of here. Move it somewhere else. This one really has it. Koberger, put it in here. Yeah, it might take a minute. They're huge files, 4K. I'm sure they have video of him returning that morning during the day. Yeah, you'd think so. I think they have him on camera. I just showed you that. He didn't go to the house, though, you guys. See, that's the thing. I keep trying to tell people. Like, everyone thinks, oh, we went back to go look for the knife sheath. And that's just not true, okay? It just isn't true at all. And if it was true, he would have driven in here, and you'd see his white Elantra at like 9:06 or something, or 9:12 or 13, 14, 50, driving by right here. It wasn't. It just isn't true. Really what? I don't know what you mean. Really what? Yeah, so he didn't go back to look for it. He went there, I think he went back to sort of bask in the glory, or just to look at a house that he knows he has killed people in, and he can look at it. You haven't heard what until now? I don't know what you're saying, Lynn. I have no idea how to interpret your sentence there. I'm talking hour went back earlier. What in the hell does that even mean? No. I think he was looking for police presence. I do too. I think he wanted, like, when there's a fire, the arsonists, they go out there and they just want to go back and observe the fire and the panic and everything. That's what he was doing. You call us crazy when you missed our comments, then ignore what we actually say. We? Who's we? You mean the Pro-Burgers? You are crazy. I don't have time to read every single comment that comes in. If you had something interesting to say, I'm sure somebody would let me know. Let me see. I'm going up to read your comment. So Gray winds you up by misreading your comment and accusing you of craziness. No, nobody does that. I just think when you were talking about the lime green car. I have no idea. I read one of your comments. If I got it wrong, I'm sorry. I whine? What are you talking about? Great! Let's see. Yes, to observe the scene. Yeah, I think he went back to look at the scene, and then he there was nothing going on. He was probably a little bit surprised. However, if he did do a search and was listening to the scanner, he would have known there was nothing going on. So here's the thing. If he went there and there was nothing going on, why didn't he drive by the house to look to see if the knife sheath was on the ground or something? Why didn't he do that? Anybody have an answer for that? And the answer is that's not why he drove back there. And like almost everything that I think about, I think that it's possible, you guys, that he left the knife sheath as a calling card to, because he's in there, he's taking classes, he's studying serial killers. He wants to be one. He wants to do all the cool things that serial killers do. Oh yeah, I'm going to get the Danny rolling K-bar knife and go to the sliding glass door. I'm going to move from Pennsylvania to Washington like Bundy and then go to attack the sorority girls. I want to be just like them. Ooh, yeah, we can also leave a calling card. I'll leave like it'll be the K-bar killer. And it'll be sort of like my initials backwards. Yeah, I don't know why he said that up there. I don't get the Gray Wines comment. I do whine sometimes. I go, gosh, Gray. Yeah, that's what I think it's more than 50% chance that he left it there intentionally. That's why there's one single source of DNA on the button snap, and he missed cleaning the outer portion. And why would you clean a knife sheath that you were going to be taking with you? He cleaned it before he got there. They say BK is in jail for some trace DNA. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it's not trace DNA. As a matter of fact, they tried to call it touch DNA, and his defense team argued it, so the word they can say is Kohberger's DNA was on the knife sheath. That's worse. Let's see, Ramblin' book to be called The Unluckiest Guy. Yeah, I made a video called, twice I've done it so far. Kohberger, the most unlucky person in the world. That on the night that he buys a knife sheath, or he buys a K-bar knife in March, and even before that in January bought a balaclava, just for skiing, and a knife for potential hunting he might do at some point. And then months later, he moves to the state of Washington and goes to the university, or let's see, it's Washington State, Wazoo University. And he's just there, and he's just having a grand old time. And one night, he goes out driving his car late at night. And then, because he gets a lot of phone calls at 2:45 in the morning, he turned his phone off. God, that made him look bad, and just how unlucky that is. Then, somehow, a vehicle matching his exact vehicle shows up in Moscow, Idaho. And it drives around from 326 all the way until even at 4:20 and 47 seconds. But the car, after it's seen at Linda Lane, it gets by 3:30, it's in the complex that the 1122 King Road house is at, and the car drives around. There's this car that just looks just like his, and don't you know, it's missing a front license plate. I mean, what a coincidence. I mean, his was missing one too. And oh my God, it's a white Elantra, the same exact type he drives. I mean, just absolute terrible luck. And then all of a sudden, the vehicle stops at about 4:08. The car parks, and in a 13-minute window, and it's probably even a shorter window, I would say 4:08 is to about 4:20, 4:19. There was 4 victims that were all killed inside of 1122 King Road. And then what makes it even more unlucky is the guy that was driving a vehicle that looks exactly like Brian Koberger's vehicle goes into the house and kills all 4 of these people, but had shaken hands with Koberger earlier in the day, therefore deposited the DNA on the button snap of the knife sheath. Really strange stuff. I mean, what an unlucky guy that guy is. And it just so happens that the knife sheath left on the bed was exactly the same make and model he happened to buy on Amazon just a few months before. I mean, what an unlucky guy. Jeez, poor guy. Why no other DNA on the sheath? Do you have guts to answer, dude? Why no other DNA on the sheath? That was 1.5 way under Maddie. That's exactly. I think he's the one that was touched. He touched it. He left it there to just leave it there. Are you all right, Lynn B? You seem a little like out of it. You seem a little nuts, Lynn. A little crazy, like Looney Tune level stuff. All right. Anyways, we're not actually at the goal yet tonight, you guys. So if you guys have the ability to help support the Grant Hughes Investigates YouTube channel, I would appreciate it. Thank you. And by the way, Lynn, I'm done communicating with you. You're not interesting. All right. Thank you. Let's see. We don't know that there's no other DNA on other parts either. Yeah, and as a matter of fact, I thought I heard one time that there was maybe some mixture of blood on the sheath. And if that's true, then it's like, okay, that puts more points into the accidentally left situation. But you'd also say to yourself, how come there wasn't, I mean, more single source DNA of Koberger other than underneath the button snap, a place that you would miss if you were wiping it down? Yeah, I just answered your question, Lynn, and I'm just not interested in what you're saying. It's just not interesting to me. Do you understand? Okay, I don't want to have to put you on timeout, but that's what the show isn't about you, and you're not interesting. Come back with more interesting stuff at another time, and maybe we'll get more going. Let's see. All right, so just looking at the map here, everybody, this is Sigma Chi. This is 1119 King Road right there. That's where the lights are. You can see as the vehicle drives by. I think I just downloaded that picture, though. So, hold on. Where did I put it, though? It's hilarious. I'll put it back over here. Do it again. Oh, wait, I guess I do have it there. Sort by the date. And then we're going to take a look at it. Right here. Hey, thanks, Leon Littlejohn. All right, let's see if this is the one that I had the other day. It was pretty awesome. So watch this, you guys. It's just amazing. Pure luck. I don't even know what I was doing. I just randomly turned the camera, I think. I think that's this one. If not, I'll have to go try to find it. No, I did. I mean, look at how crazy this is, you guys. I mean, I think what I'm going to do is I'll put it into here. Because I can slow it down or whatever. So look at this. That building right there is 1119. See how there's no, this is what it looks like out there. There was no leaves on the trees. So watch this. Right there is 1122 King Road. But the key is, can you see 1112 King Road where the camera was? And there it is. Boom! Right there. Look at that. Just absolute. This is where the Elantra was spotted. And that's it right there. As a matter of fact, the camera was like right here. Right there, I think. In between. You see that? I mean, I think this is really valuable footage right here because it really shows. Look at that. You can see that Elantra from that house easily. And see, back here, look how wild this is. Right back there, that's 500 King Road back there. Queen Road, I mean. That big brick building in the background. Look how high that hill is. Look at the hill. Just by looking at this, look at how steep that is back there. That hill. Let me zoom in a little bit for you guys. See that? Really steep going up there. That's so much higher. The coveralls will come out of trial. And there's that. And now check this thing out. Okay, so this one right here, let's just show you guys on the map so it's all simple. This is 1119 King Road, and that's this one. So if we turn around and we're about like this, that's this one right here, and this one is 1127, right? Now look, see how you can see right through there? That's the 1112 address right there, and then there's the 500 Queen Road, the really high up. And look, you can even see the hill on the terrain, how it goes up like that. They just don't have the 3D buildings here. So that's what we're looking at. So we take a look at this, and boom, that is what this is right here. We're driving on Walanta Drive, right back here, right through that gap. You can see that building. And that's why that camera is so amazing, because it picks up all this. And then this one's 1127. And so what's interesting about this shot is, I think I can, oh wait, that's not the one I want to use. I want to use the one in this program. So when you come around, let me go back. See, there's 1122 over there, that white house in the background. And then when you come around here, watch this. Right there. Can you see? I don't know if you can see them, but right there, those are cars parked in the parking lot behind the 1122 King Road house. See them? When I move it, you can definitely see all those cars, right? Can you guys see that? They're just right back there. So as you can see, headlights could easily then hit that house as the car is coming around. Right back from behind there. You can even see them right there. So there you go. And then if you go from the other side, so this is 500 Queen Road. Watch this. So we're going back behind. This is where the car was going in this little narrow spot here. And then it makes its way around. Look how steep this is, by the way. That's just insane. It's like 40-degree angle there. The camera, I'll show you really quick. See this wall? The camera that films the Elantra is right back underneath there. Here that is. Watch. And so the wall's below that, and there's that fence. And then it comes around right there. That's the car going down that narrow backside, and then boom through here. And notice the fence right there. You can see that. And that fence is like right over here, I think. It's like the camera's right there underneath, like by that house. I know where I can see it right there. It's right up here. That's where the camera is. So that fence is in there. And then the vehicle is going up through there, that little narrow chute. I'm just showing people that haven't been to my channel before, that we have a bunch of stuff here that we show, and we're not confused about things. Like, we actually know what's going on. So here is the south side of 500 Queen Road. And actually, if you go back a little bit, let me go back to here. This is number 52. So this is 500 Queen Road, number 52 is that building. That's where the car did a 3-point turn. It pulled up forward, backed up this way towards that guy, and then drove out. And then up here is behind. So on the map, we are right back here, coming around on the back side. And then we were just driving a minute ago up there, back there. Can you guys see that? I mean, mentally, this is the parking lot that we were seeing over there. And here is, let's just pause it here in a second. So right there is 1127. That's 1119 that we were just behind a minute ago. And right through there, you can see these cars up in the parking lot. So when this vehicle, pretend that I am the vehicle and I'm just turning right now. The headlights are hitting the top of that building right there. I have what? Why, Theo? Why? What would you be calling in about? Anything interesting? Does anybody want? And there's Sigma Chi. Like, this is just the whole thing. I mean, so when you're coming back in to the complex, I've forwarded it forward here. You're coming back in. There's the right-hand turn that you make on King Road. And you're driving this way. And then the car goes left around, heading east on Queen. There you go. And then what I've been working on for like all day today, I was just trying to update this thing with different times and things. So on pass number 1, the vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is seen southbound on King Road, turning east onto Queen Road. And I think that's even in the new footage here, I think. I don't know, I don't remember exactly, but let's see. That's right in here, these little clips. Now that's later when it's leaving. So they don't have the one where it comes in. So that's 3:33:02, so keep that one in mind. But if you look at my map here, when it came in, it was 3:30 and 22 seconds. And the vehicle was traveling at 9.75 miles an hour until it got to that little portion where it turns behind 500 Queen Road. So from right here to there, that's how fast it was traveling. So not really fast, but 9.75 miles an hour. And then when it gets around, look at that, 3:30 and 55 seconds. So then we go back to the footage in here. Right there, 3:30, and watch this. Right at 3:30 and 55, right there, boom, the light turns on. So 3:30, 55 or 50, almost 56. But see that? That's the light coming behind 500 Queen Road that I just showed you on that 360-degree video when we were walking back there. Then, so there we are at 3:30:55. And then it's 23 seconds until the light hits 1127 King Road. So it's a perfect thing to time if you're trying to get pace. So from right there, that camera is the car coming around right there. Do you guys get this? It's coming around this corner right here. And then when the light is over here and it flashes on that building, it is 23 seconds. And that means that it even slowed down back there. It drove 8.77 miles an hour. Okay, then the vehicle stops for 1:43. It's not on video. However, when you look at the top here, so the vehicle came around and it must have stopped right over here. And then it spotted right there, right in this spot. So I guess if we were looking at a map like this, I could draw it. Let's see. It went like this. Came around. And then the lights hit 1127. And then it stops back here. Right? Then after it stops right there, it must have driven away, but eventually it gets picked up again on camera right here, going like this. So there's a space in here that it must have driven. So you got to account for a little bit of that time. So in that minute 43, I would give that at the maximum like 20, 25 seconds. So that means the car sat there for a minute 20-ish, just sitting there. But hey, you guys, any chance we could try to reach that goal tonight? This should be pretty easy. You know, that's why we're having those massive lulls in here. So if you have the ability to help support the channel, that's what my channel actually tries to raise funds every single night. And I have my channel, out of the income from my channel, I've given away $242,979 since January of 2020. We have a scholarship fund, a DNA fund, and again, the only way to make that happen is when all of you guys are helping support the channel on a nightly basis. All right, not sure what else to tell you guys. I mean, I've repeated that 100 times. It seems like it should just be ingrained in your heads at this point. Leon Littlejohn just gifted a membership again. Thanks, Leon Littlejohn. How about somebody else out there as well? That'd be great. So then it stopped for about a minute 20, and then it drove away, and then boom. So it's kind of interesting to think, man, he was sitting there watching the house for a minute 20. And then when it left, it goes westbound on Queen. So that's the footage. This is the one. Look what time it is, 3:33:01. So if we go back to the new footage that was released and go to that first one, zoom in right here. There it is, 3:33:03. So it's missing that right there. We're missing 1 second before is what law enforcement used. So there it goes, and then it turns right there. And that's exactly what is mentioned right here where it says westbound on Queen Road, turns north onto King. And then it's 35 seconds before the vehicle is seen behind. I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm going to get rid of this one. It's 33 seconds before the vehicle is spotted from right here. And then right through that little gap right there where it's seen right there. So it takes 33 seconds for the vehicle to get from right here around and about like this, and then coming around, and then right there. And that measurement's like 612 feet. And let's see, so that was the westbound on Queen Road, turns north onto King Road, and then it takes 35 seconds for the headlights are seen southbound on Walenta Drive behind 1119 King Road. So I have that going at about 11.36 miles an hour. Thanks, Allie Cake. And then it does other stuff, drives away, does other things. And then it comes back. So let's just look at it like this. These are the same comparable moments in time. So on loop number 1, it took in this same position where a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is seen southbound on King Road, turning east on the Queen, and then going behind 500 Queen Road. You have 33 seconds, 32 seconds, 31 seconds, because I changed the time that they had. They didn't have the accurate time. If they were trying to be accurate, you'd have to, I'll show you. So here it comes. So I was using right when the car on their very first one, right there, like 3:30 and 55 seconds. Then if you go around to the next time it came around, I took the spot where it was right there, which is 3:39:06. They had like 05 or something where you couldn't even see see it. I think it was actually less than that, or even later or something. But it was off. So I just put in the correct time because this is it. I can see it here. I don't need to rely on somebody else trying to be consistent. And so then I took that one, and then here's another one where right when that little light shows up right there. So there you go. 356.55, that one was. This one is 339.06, 330.55, 339.06, 356.55. And so that one was 33 seconds, 32 seconds, 31 seconds. So it was 9.75 miles an hour, then 10 miles and or 0.05, and then 10.38. So each loop, it started doing it a little bit quicker to the point where it's getting right behind there. Okay, but then on the first pass going from behind 500 Queen Road to where the lights hit, I hope it's making sense. So when it gets back behind here, and then the lights hit this building over here, so that time is the next one that we're looking at. And that one is 8.7 miles an hour the first time. And then it was, let's see. Does that make sense? Yeah, so it's 8.7 miles an hour, and then it got slower to 6.96, because you do have to drive kind of slow back there. And then it went to 6.31 miles an hour. So it went from, it got slower and slower and slower the first 3 laps as it's driving back behind 500 Queen Road. Did I get a coffee? Let's see. Man, you got so many people typing in coffee right there. Hey, thanks, Mary, for that coffee. Hey, Theo, I'm not interested in talking to you. Do you understand, Theo? I don't know what you're talking about, man. Just go do something else. All right, so anyways, then it's 6.31 right there. Then let's do this other part. This is westbound on Queen Road, and then when it's seen back, so right when it's right here, drives around, and then it's seen right there. So let's see what the times are on those. It's very consistent. I mean, it's like he was just, I mean, this one's 35 seconds, 11.36 miles an hour. This one's 37 seconds to do that at 10.74 miles an hour. And then this one's a little slower at 41 seconds at 9.69 miles an hour. You see that? So all 3 of these are pretty similar, but watch when we get to the last one here. And I do 2 different things here. So when it first came in at 404.56, that was a natural drive. So this one is comparable to the other yellows. This is 35 seconds, 9.2. Look at 31 seconds, 32, 33. So really similar. It's just 35 seconds, and that was going 9.2 miles an hour. Now this part here is different because it's doing a U-turn, but the average time of the entire, when it went west down King Road and does a U-turn on Queen and King Road and turns east onto Queen Road. So let's see, it's 406.09 right here. And then it goes west down King Road, light visible on 119 King Road. Oh yeah, that's that crazy. So that was interesting. I added these in because watch this. So when you have, they didn't have this timing on in their little surveillance timing situation. So look at right here. This is when it does its 3-point turn in the back, and I'll show you that on the footage over here. So I added this all in there. So it's right here. So here comes the vehicle, and then I'll zoom in just on that spot. It's 405. So I document this whole thing, and I say, I mark when it stops. All right, so it stopped, and then at 405.52 it starts backing up. So I put all that in here, where I put, let's see. I think it's right up in here. Yeah, so 405.31, it begins its 3-point turn. So at 405.31, that's when we should see it on the camera showing up back here. And there it is. Watch, right there. Boom. See that light coming around the corner? 405.31. Then my next entry is 405.41. The suspect vehicle parks in the parking lot in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52. So it just sort of parks there. It's not really in a stall or anything, but here we go. And so at 41, I have it stopping. It kind of slightly moves forward again and then backs up. So then it says at 405.52, the suspect vehicle backs up. And there it is. I think it probably should be 51. No, 52 is right. 52 backs up. And then it leaves the area right there at 406.07, and they had that. See, look at this. They have 406.09. They have that sitting in there. So they're saying when it goes west down King Road, the lights are visible on 1119 King Road. The vehicle's heading west and slowly descending. They don't mention that it looked like it tried to turn around or stop anymore. I think after further analysis, they looked at it and they just realized the vehicle's just going down the hill. Okay, so check it out. So right here, the vehicle, it starts right there, comes down this hill there. The headlights then, when it's up here, it's hitting the top of this 1119 building. And then as it goes down this hill, the lights go down on the building. And the time that it took to drive that is actually somewhat quick. So it says the west down King Road, lights are visible. It went 11.29 miles an hour. And did that in 22 seconds. And so when it says it goes, let's see, west down King Road, does a U-turn at Queen and King and turns east on Queen Road. But the way this works right here, where it says it went west down King Road, lights are visible on 1119, we just saw that it was right when it left the scene behind 500 Queen Road. And then the next one is it went west down King Road and does a U-turn. So it's literally only measuring from right here to right there, this little straightaway, because that's when the camera picks it up again right here when it does its U-turn. But the average time of the entire U-turn saga, whatever you want to call it, was 6.52 miles an hour, going really, really slow back there. Really slow. And I think probably the most sort of indicating that he's speeding things up are these ones right here. So on the brown, like look at 6.31, 6.96, and then so I guess the three in a row would be 8.77, 6.96, 6.31, and then this one's 10. That's on his last. He goes behind 500 Queen Road, and then the lights hit on top of 1127. So he's going way faster on his final pass. And then when he's leaving, so after he's been parked for 13 minutes, that's what the red is here. For 13 minutes, it only takes 18 seconds for the vehicle to exit the area. So where it was parked, and when it is right here, and then goes out and is spotted right there, it's only 18 seconds. So look how much faster that it is. It's 22 miles an hour compared to 9, right here, 11, 10, 9, and then 22 miles an hour. I mean, that's way faster. That's double the speed that he was going previously. Even though that doesn't sound fast, it's way faster than he was going. So there you go. I hope that made sense. It's just kind of too much graphics. It's hard. That's why it's hard to make a video on it. You know. Anyways, to me it makes sense. Maybe to others it doesn't. The part that I did want to bring up though is the DoorDash driver. Hey, thanks, Renee. All right, so I think we need 5 more memberships, and then I'll donate 5 memberships. Can we do that? Seems like it's a struggle tonight. Right. Well, I hope some of you could understand what I was just explaining. What I tried to do is these first 3 passes all have the exact same motions that happen. And I'm just showing you that these are really pretty consistent. You know, 35 seconds, 37, 41, 33, 32, 31, 23, 29, 32. So that's slower when he's driving back behind there. So he's kind of like creeping up on the house. Well, wow, thanks, Leon Littlejohn again. Maybe we get some help from other people too, though. I always feel bad. I appreciate the support, though. I don't want you to not support, but it's like these, you know, it's like, come on. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. I think I have to go out now and go to the actual video itself to be able to gift the 5 memberships. I tried last night. I guess I didn't do that last night. I might have to do that again. Let me see if I can find... Hey, thanks, Maria. Welcome. Let me see if I open up the video itself, like the YouTube version. Let me see if I... Yeah. Can I do it here? Oh, there we go. All right, because yesterday I wasn't able to, but I needed to. So here we go. All right. I have to make up for yesterday too. So we have to do 10. I didn't do yesterday. I forgot about that. We got Mr. T51, Monkey Biz, Sarah Penn, Deb Fox, Donna Buchanan, former normal liberal, former normal. I don't know what that means. Sure, I see you, and Brave Heart, we'll call it. Amy 007. There we go. So let's go over the DoorDash timing. I have its own significance in purple here. Okay, I did it all. And I think this is, I'm assuming that the DoorDash driver did not drop it off at 3:59 flat. I believe that key fob sound is the DoorDash driver. Don't you guys think that too? I mean, what are the odds that in the same minute at that hour that there's somebody else with a key fob? I think that is highly likely going to be him. So right here, they have 3:59 in the documents, but I mean, what are the odds that it's 3:59 flat? Okay, so at 3:59:46, a key fob sounds. At 3:59:48, a key fob sounds. At 3:59:51, another key fob sounds. And I say possible DoorDash. Then at 4 o'clock, that one shouldn't be marked like that color. That should just be regular. So then right at 4 o'clock, Dylan Morton, just according to Dylan Mortensen, everybody was in the room. But that's just, I'm just throwing it in there. That's not a established time. She didn't even know. She would just say around 4 or something. And then right here, look at Koberger's vehicle headlights are seen northbound on Elantra Drive. So if we go back up here, let's start right here. The headlights are seen southbound on Elantra Drive behind 1119 King Road. So this is what's happening. Koberger just left, and he's driving right here at 3:39:04. So I think at this point, the DoorDash driver is likely pulling in over here at that time. Because, you know, to get over here to then hit your key fob, you know, maybe it's close to that time. Probably came in a little bit after that. But I think you noticed something. So it could have been that the DoorDash driver pulled in there, sat there for a few minutes, then got out, I mean, not a few minutes, but some seconds, and then gets out of his car and goes, ding, ding. I mean, I doubt he got there and just hopped right out of his car, right? So I think Koberger was aware that this car had pulled in. And the reason I think that is, you'll see here in a second. 3:39:04, Koberger's leaving, heading south behind 1119 King Road. Then, look at that, just 42 seconds later, you hear the first key fob sound. So I think he could see that that car was in there. Especially when I just showed you a minute ago, you see how you could see the lights, the opening in the trees, you could see everything. And then at 3:59:48, the key fob goes off again. 3:59, it goes off again. Then, you know, Dylan says everybody's home by 4. And then at 4:14, he's already going back. I mean, that is ridiculous that he would go back that fast. He doesn't do that one other time. This is a complete change. Everything's different because of the DoorDash driver. So look at that, 4 o'clock and 14 seconds. The vehicle is driving like this now. It's just zipping by here. And I think when he's driving by, he can see that there's a light on over there. There's a car sitting there. And he's driving by because he saw it originally, so he comes back to check it out. And he's driving by right here. And let's get back to the timeline. And then look at this, 13 seconds after that. So I guess what we could do really quick is just how much time does it take to get in there? Let's go up to one of these other times. Oh, this will be crazy. Let's look at this. 3:33:36. Highlights are seen southbound. We need the northbound one. And I think it's right here. At 3:30, 3:29. I need the northbound 1119. Not south. A vehicle matching description when it's seen southbound on King Road. So it should be right before that. There it is right there. Or that's south also. Headlights are seen northbound on Elantra. There it is right there. So at 3:53:36. But this is one of those times where it waited somewhere. Of course. You can never just get the real simple. That came in. He really mixes it up a little bit. Way more than I thought he was doing. Here it is. Here's one that works. Headlights are seen northbound on Elantra Drive behind 1119 King Road at 3:38:12. And then a vehicle matching description of vehicle 1 is seen southbound on King Road. And that is only 22 seconds. So let's just split the difference and say it's 11 seconds. So at 4, headlights are seen northbound on Elantra Drive at 11 seconds. That would be 4 o'clock and 25 seconds. Look at that. 2 seconds after that, the key fob goes off again. So Koberger could see. I mean, that's crazy. At that time, Koberger's like right there. The DoorDash driver is still there, right in this parking lot, with his key fob, and then Koberger keeps driving like this. He doesn't pull in there because he doesn't want to be seen by a person in a car. So Koberger knows he's there, and he keeps driving like this. And the key fob goes off at 4 o'clock and 27, and then 28. Probably sitting in his car, and then he leaves, and he's probably like 45 seconds behind Kohberger driving down Taylor Avenue. And then Kohberger at 4:01:30, these are the huge camera shots. That's why these Proberger nut jobs that are talking about the lime green cars and his, we just saw it. We know what the car's doing here. So it's driving back, and the vehicle travels south, then east on Lauder Avenue, and this time his vehicle does this. So it passes the area because the DoorDash driver's here, drives around like this. The camera picks up the vehicle when it's up in this area, and then picks it up again, and then gets the great shot missing its front license plate. Then the vehicle comes around like this, drives around, back up like that, and then enters back into the area at 4:04, right? So right there, 4:04:20, headlights are seen northbound on Elantra Drive. 4:04:56, the vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1, seen southbound on King Road, turning east onto Queen Road, etc., etc., etc. All the whole thing over and over again. I think there were other nights he thought were the one. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, maybe it just didn't work out those other nights. He'd had enough. He'd waited too much. Right, but you can definitely, I mean, I guess if we add these up, what if we went like that? So that time is a minute 31. This one is a minute 38. So look how consistent that is, but it's a little slower. Minute 31, a minute 38, and this one is a minute 44, so a little slower again. But on the last one, it's hard to calculate because you know, I have that thing with the U-turn and stuff, so there's no exact match. So all I can look at are the brown and the purple here. The brown, the last brown up there is 32 and 41 for purple and 19 and 18. So let's just add those together. That's 37 seconds opposed to a minute 13. I mean, that is ridiculous. Okay, that's double the speed. It'd be a minute 14 if you double 37. It was a minute so it was a minute 13 and then 37 for the same exact movements. So it's absolutely double the speed right there. Pretty interesting. So Kohberger is hauling ass to get to the crime scene, parked, kills, and then he hauls ass driving away. So when he drove around behind 500 Queen Road, he's going very fast. Anyways, what do you got? Do you guys have any questions or anything? Man, I just had a total saga with my Old Town PDL 106 fishing kayak. Because see, I bought this I had a rudder that had a motor on it, and the guy gave me, you know, big speed motor. He gave me instructions. He's like, yeah, you just have to crimp on the Kevlar thing. So when I was fishing, I thought, I was already kind of having second thoughts, like, why am I getting rid of my rudder that I would use if I didn't even have a motor? I could just put the motor on the side. But anyways, I got rid of the other one, just kind of trashed it. You know, really stupid. And then I put this rudder on there and it broke while I was fishing. It hit one of the sides. You know, it has this little pulley system, like a thing that goes back and forth to turn it. It went, and so I luckily had a paddle and I wasn't too far, so I paddled to the shore. Then I went into my car and I tore up, I got my USB cables that I use for a phone and I just shredded it up I cut it with a knife, and then I attached that to the loop that I had already created with the wire on the back that turns the rudder, and then I wound it around the each side of the rudder, and then it sort of worked for a while, but it just really crappy, like didn't turn very much. But hey, I caught 2 fish anyways. 2 smallmouth bass, made it back, and then I actually ordered, prior to that, the entire rudder kit from Old Town Kayak. They'd sent that to me. I ordered that whole thing. Then I ordered the side mount motor mount holder that just holds the motor on the side of the boat. You can put it in the back too. Doesn't really matter. So I got that, and then I had to take it out to the kayak place, take it out the car, brought it in there, and then that guy's going to wire it all back up so it's the way it was when I bought it. How stupid is that? Yeah, those Minn Kotas are pretty sweet. Those are in the those are the ones, they use those on the Old Town PDL 106. I mean, all the Old Town. Isn't that the one? There's ones that you can automatically do a GPS and it'll take you, and they have these ones now that the boat itself is your anchor. Like, you don't need an anchor. It actually, the motor shifts around and turns and keeps you in the same spot. It's pretty crazy. I don't have that. Anyways, man, what a slower type of night in here tonight. I thought I was doing a good job. I don't think they were fired. I don't know. So it was a really kind of a stressful, but I'm going to be happy when it's all normal. You know, one of the hardest parts is just all the little things that you don't think about, like how to strap the kayak on the top. I have this cool thing, like the big catches by, I think, Yamaha, or who's that? I can't remember the name of the company, but big catches on top of the racks, and then this other thing that you pull out and have, sort of rolls, so you can lay the kayak on and then sort of roll it onto the top, and then strapping it down, and then you have to, putting the kayak on the cart to pull it to the water. There's so many different things. Yeah, just told you I was live. Yeah. Well, let's see if you freaks can get 8 more channel memberships other than our buddy Leon Littlejohn. Let's see if I always feel bad. I mean, I appreciate it, but I don't want you to feel like pressure to. I don't think my thing is this: is if you can't afford to support the channel, I do have allergies, I can tell. If you can't, then it's no big deal. But if you can, I'd really appreciate you guys' support so we can, keep the month going strong. Because currently we're at the lowest night of the month. Oh yeah, your Honduras fishing trip. You're gonna catch the peacock bass. Those are crazy. Yep, 8 memberships needed. Let's see if we can do it. All right, anybody have any questions about any of the timing of? I have everything in here, you guys. It's not just that. I go all the way till, I'll tell you the key things in here that people don't seem to. Hey, look at that. Alley Kick and Jessica Schubach. Now we just need one from Paulette Leonard. Then your sister can, I'm just kidding. I think the key moments are in here is when the blue and the red. Red is surveillance footage. Blue is cast data. And it's these kind of moments here that should make everybody go, okay, look at this. So at 5:25:30, when it's coming back, the vehicle is spotted merging to Bishop from Johnson Avenue. And then at 5:26, cast data shows the vehicle back near Pullman. So it's like showing the vehicles right back in the area. Whoa, look at that. Belinda H. D'Onofrio. Thank you. That was very kind of you. Look at that. We've got Jason, Katie Michelle, Dirt in My Eye, Lynn GMB, and Fine Citizen. And by the way, put out some positive vibes out there for Georgina Stoliker. She hasn't been feeling that great lately, so if you guys can put the little prayer hands out there for our buddy Georgina Stoliker. Her name sounds like a soccer player. It's in the back of the net. Hey, thanks so much up there, Belinda. I haven't seen you around here too much. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's see. You guys must be quite a bit behind. Yeah, she's a cool person. Georgina Stoliker is. She has like some crazy stories. Whoa! What the heck? Driving home, stopped on the side of the highway. I'm here with you guys listening. Love all the freaks. Well, love you too. Thank you so much. That was very kind. There we go. I was trying to get Georgina to show up in here. Yeah, sorry my nose has got kind of stuffy here. So let's look through this graph up here and look at the times when... So look at this. Don't you think this is significant? That the CAS data showed that Koberger is near his home. He's near his home. And then look at this. At 2:44, they see on Southeast Nevada Street in Pullman a white Elantra, suspect vehicle 1. Then 3 minutes later in the same area, CAS data shows that Koberger's phone is there in that southern Pullman, Washington. Don't you find that to be very significant? Like all of us, he's at home, and now CAS data shows that he's in a similar location in Pullman, not at home, with the white Elantra. And then look right here. At 2:53, Pullman, Washington, and Nevada Street. I think there's more writing here. It's Nevada and Stadium Way. Koberger's white Elantra is seen on camera. And then at 2:54, the CAS data shows Koberger phones turns off, and he's not at home, and it turns off right there in southeastern Pullman, Washington. So those right there are just massive moments where you marry up surveillance with the CAS data. The white Elantra parks. What's this one here? White Elantra parks behind a residence. The residence. Oh, this is my... I'm not sure why it's purple there. Oh, this is my... That's right. The ones that are purple are my guesses. These ones right here. So I'm saying the vehicle parked at 4:08. Doesn't that seem like a pretty good... Shaka. Anyways, thanks again, Belinda. And thanks, Cheryl Moran. So I think my estimate is 408 parking is pretty good, right? Because if right back here, when the vehicle comes around, it's 4:07 and 47 seconds. When the lights are turning on that building, I think just within 13 seconds that car's stopping. So I'm putting at 4:08 the vehicle parks behind the residence. And then I have another estimate. Koberger leaves the residence, my guess, at around 4:18. Might even be a little bit before that. But we know that at 4:17, as you see right here, voices and a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can be heard barking. And so that means that's likely the time he's leaving. So I even extended out a little bit further to 4:18. And then we also know that Bethany and Dylan feel comfortable at 4:19 and 4:20 to be on the phone because they believe he's already left, I think, at this time. And so look how nutty this is, though. At 4:18, he goes up there and he's over at his car doing his blood spatter mitigation. Inside the house, Bethany calls Dylan. And at 4:20, Dylan calls Xana. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? Then at 4:20 and 28 seconds, Dylan Mortensen calls Bethany Funk for 41 seconds. Halfway between that phone call, the vehicle is spotted right here, leaving at a high rate of speed. I actually have that shot. It is right, let's see, sort by date, yeah, right here, and a few large icons. This one, right? I think it's this one. Right there. See that? 4:20 and 47 seconds. There's the vehicle heading out. Yeah, I mean, that's just crazy. So that means that they're sitting there all this time, they're talking for at least a minute. I mean, if you just go with that one at 4:19:07, for a minute 40, he's over at his car. Actually, probably like a minute 30. But I think it's more than that. I think for about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, he's at his vehicle doing blood spatter mitigation. And it could even be longer because it was 4:17. We don't know the seconds that the voices of the whimpering, etc. He might have been back up at his car at 4:17:45 or so. And he was just sitting outside, and these people are making phone calls. And then look at this one. At 4:20, Bethany Funk calls Xana. 4:21. And at 4:21:05, he's right here. So he's like zipping away. He's right there when Bethany calls Xana. And they're just in this house right there. I find stuff like that really interesting. Just the timing and how they're awake in the house talking. Koberger's just outside. I mean, look how nutty that is. Koberger's parked right here somewhere, right inside of that. And then for 3 minutes inside the house, the girls that are alive are trying to get a hold of everybody else in the house. And he's just outside casually, putting on his suit, whatever he's doing, like taking off his clothes, putting different clothing on. Crazy, right? Well, thanks, M10. Yeah, well, I think this, the way I have it set up now, I'm probably going to get rid of a lot of different things on here. However, let's also do, they said within 100 yards of the residence, so we did do that loop at one point. Is that this one? I think we need to put that in there because that's in the special, and if that's in there, then they got that from the FBI, and we're going to have to assume that that's correct. Let's see. How do I do this circle one? Not sure. Oh, there is circle. All right, so we're going to do 100 yards. And there's the residence. And if his vehicle was inside of this, he's absolutely toast, you guys. I'm just telling you. If he was inside of this circle multiple times, 23 times they have, in the months leading up, I mean, you can't escape that being just stalking the house. Gray, maybe he had a friend in the area. Well, where is that friend? Well, that's a good point. But I'm going to rename that 100 meters. All right, see that? Look at that. So his vehicle, if that's true, I mean, I don't even know. Here's the thing. That means he was doing dry runs, figuring out his route. To be inside of this means that you were likely inside the complex. Look at how the complex that I have is right inside the 100 meters, the entire thing. You see that? The car did the freaking 3-point turn right at the edge of it. Like right there. And it backed up and went out like that. Well, thank you, Time Lender. I wish I could steal away some of the crazy pro burgers that watch some of the other people that are really not trying to. I mean, here's the thing is, why do they spend so much time daily trying to find how to find somebody to free Coburger? It's so weird. It's like they keep looking and every day it's somebody else. Like, yeah, okay, what about, maybe we could try this one. Well, that's not working. Why are you working so hard on that? The reason you're not finding anything is because he's the killer. It's really weird. It's kind of creepy. Gray, we're just trying to, give him a fair shake. Uh-huh. That's what you're gonna say when all the stuff comes out of what really is going on. There's gonna be a lot of backpedaling and sort of, okay, yeah. So we didn't have this data here, so yeah. Yeah, they are weirdos, though. So think about that, though, for a minute. Wow, it's crazy. Yeah, and I also think it's very important when he goes down here to Clarkston, because it shows that his same phone, it's like the same phone that's linked up over here in Pullman, and over here, it's, now we got the guy coming out of the car. It's him. What did he buy, by the way, over at Albertsons down there? Yeah, why bother having a trial? Twizzler Gobbler. Get it? Oh, boy. Well, he deserves to have a trial, but he's going to be guilty as hell, Twizzler Gobbler. Don't you agree with that? I have a sneaking suspicion that you're a pro burger. Okay? Yeah. As you sarcastically said, why bother having a trial? I don't know why anybody's on his side. It's just bizarre. You've got a absolute killer that killed 4 people. Crystal clear. Everything points right to it. That's what they want you to believe, Gray. It's a setup. Don't you get it? I think I just made Cheryl Moran laugh in the background while she's driving. Yeah, it's just so obvious. Yeah, I know. I saw that. I was going to show that screenshot. Where was that? Oh, yeah, right here. I have it. I did a screenshot of that. Look. I don't think this is an actual screenshot because it's moving. How would they get that? I mean, I don't know if your phone doesn't... I don't think your phone records this. I think they've just sort of reenacted it. But apparently at like 6:17 in the morning, he called his family. So that would be just moments after he got back, after his when he made it back home. So let's see the timeline on that. So it's right here. Sorry for my sniffling. 5:30, he's almost getting home, so that means like within 45 minutes he's calling his parents. And I guess the content of that call is known. I mean, I am really excited for once to watch like a 48 hours. I think there might be some amazing information to put on there. I hope they put all of the footage out there, though. The surveillance. And they're, when you watch the show, you're going to go, oh, we've already seen this on Gray's channel. When they do the timeline, you're just go, oh yeah, we've seen it. They're just going to have the footage of the white Elantra at the 1112 King Road address. But like most of the time, you can just visualize that. I've even shown it from inside the car driving around. Guilty. So, and they did such a half-ass job of framing him, just to make sure it was. Yeah. Yeah. Poor Koberger. Who feels bad for Koberger? God, this is just, oh, man, unbelievable. Look at right here, too, in the morning. All right. This is ping data. CAS data shows that Koberger is leaving his address. He's, consistent with already had left the building at 9 o'clock. Then at 9:12, the CAS data shows that he utilized resources at 1112 King Road. Wow. And then at 12:59, oh my God, a vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 is seen on a camera in Moscow, Idaho. And then at 9:21, the vehicle is on the CAS data shows that it's back, it's heading back towards Pullman. And then at 9:32, makes it all the way back to his house. And then at 10:31, Koberger takes a picture of himself an hour after getting home. Isn't that crazy? What a coincidence. Again, Koberger is the most unlucky person on the planet. It's almost unreasonable how unlucky he is. Yeah, he's the most unlucky person in the world. You guys should go. I made those original videos about how unlucky he was like a year ago. And now he's even more unlucky. It's just absolutely crazy. I'm going to go blow my nose, though. Okay, see you guys. Go. Who doesn't love that song, huh? I think it's sort of like a we're never really sure what they're saying in that song. The lime green delivery. Let's talk about that lime green car. As a matter of fact, I actually downloaded what they're talking about. Okay, so let's take a look at it. All right. Yeah, you gotta always see what the nut jobs are talking about. Is it this one? Let's see, file, new, sequence. What do you mean, nope, wrong video? I don't know what you're talking about, man. You haven't even been here for 2 seconds, so you don't know what's wrong or what isn't. All right, let's see. Is it this one? I don't know if that's the one. This one I think shows it also, but that's not. I don't know if that's the one. Yeah, I think it's the other one. Hold on. That one has it in there, but it's not the one that they use all the time. This one's like 5 hours. Is at an hour 10 minutes. Yeah, right there. So see right back here, you guys. There it is. It's a 2014, 15, or 16 Elantra. The only problem with it is I don't see the back lights that they're always talking about on this. The slit of the back red lights. So you see, let me show you what the 2015 Elantra from the side is. They forgot to mention that on this video though. Let's see, 2015 white Elantra. What is it, like an SE or something? How about we'll do the side shot. Okay, there's a little light. You can barely see it. It's so small. Yeah. It's just way down here on the side. Really small little sliver of a light right there. Alright? But look at it. It's just above that. See that little molding? I mean, it's so small, but there's like a little molding there, and it's right above that. I mean, I could even bring up my own car, but I don't want to load it up. I have a 3D model of this exact car here. But apparently that's a lime green white Elantra. Yeah, can you just block that shrimp person? They're just such a waste of time. Alright, anyways, we've got the... Let's just do it. So it's right there, and then it kind of... I'll move it forward. So there it is. It's right there, and then this guy's talking to it, and then he pulls away. You can see right here, though, that it doesn't look like it has a front license plate on it. You know, like... Let me see. You can kind of see right around in here when it's turning. Let me zoom in. See, it doesn't look like it has a front license plate, does it? So it doesn't have a front license plate. See that? Doesn't look like it. The front license plate would be right up in this area here. You can even, if I type it in and I said, let's see, 2015 white Elantra with license plate. Yeah, I mean, so like that picture right there shows you where it would be, right in that spot. See that? It's kind of in the front of the car. I mean, obviously in the front of the car, but I mean right here. It's just not there. It's not in that shot, okay? So, yeah, okay, great. That's great. Then it takes off from here after this guy talks to him, and then it shows up here. This is KXLY, but it shows up in here in a second. Right there. So you can kind of see that it doesn't have a plate even on that shot right there. And then it's driving by. But interestingly, I don't see the little... See, that's where the little light thing should be, right here. See that? See that spot right there? That's where that light should be, and it's not there. What are you talking about, Duck Man? You sound like an idiot. Who cares if it's missing a front license plate? Who cares? But look at right here. I don't see that little red, the little extra light in the back. It should be right here. And it's just not there. You see that, Duck Man? Oops. Oops, Duck Man. You missed that part, didn't you? Oh my God. He's missing a front license plate. And this is a video a year and a half later. Oh my God, it must be. Yeah, because this is the new rage, Zozo. That this is the actual car at 4 o'clock because they need it to be. I've already done it, Duckman. I've gone frame by frame. It's not there, okay? Look, frame. Here it is, look. Ding, 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 ding. Where is it? 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 I don't see the little red light. Oh, you think like that right there is the red light? I don't think so. The plate is bent, you guys. The plate is bent. Ooh. You mean this thing right here? You think that's the plate? Yeah, I guess they have other video where they put the plate. I've seen those other crazy things where they show the plate's bent around. Okay, let's pretend that that's the plate there. What does it have to do with anything? Who cares? You guys' brains are really messed up, man. I'm just telling you. That's not fair, Gray. Just because they have a different opinion. Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is, all right? I think that the other one's in here, too. This one. Here it is. It's this one right here. See, these guys are just like almost delusion. I mean, I don't even know what the term is. So it's down at the bottom. Alright. And then you turn. Yeah, I gotta go back. I'll just flip it around. There we go. And then zoom in. Oop, other way. And these guys, you wouldn't believe the filters these people put on them. Does anybody look at that car and think there's even a chance that that vehicle is green? Lime green? Anybody? I mean, I know that it's night vision and stuff, but that doesn't even look like a night vision shot. That looks like a colored shot at night, and it's not night vision because there's a red backlight. That means it's not night vision. I didn't even think of that till just now while looking at this again. Okay, Duckman? So when you look at that vehicle right there, it has the red backlights and the white front lights. That means it's not, this vehicle is not shot with night vision where it might be able to, you know, just because it has the right tint or reflective value, it might look white. That is a white car right there. That is a white car. Yeah, there's just so many ways to debunk that crap. Hey, look at it, Cheryl Moran again. Jesus. But Gray, you're so mean. You're always picking on Koberger. Silly little Proberger. Yeah, they always say that I pick on them. They always say that. Yeah, somebody in the comments the other day said, you just don't like Koberger, Gray. And I said, yeah, I don't. I mean, he killed 4 people in the middle of the night with a K-bar knife. Do you like him? Why do you like him? I mean, you sound like a lunatic. Now find the photo of the bent front license plate. Who cares? I don't want to find the photo of the front license plate. Look, this is a white car. Here, you guys. That's a white car. That's not night vision. And then this guy, the original person made a video on the lime green car a year ago. The Probergers that are talking about it now found it and went, ooh, let's do this one. There's a guy that made a video on the lime green Elantra a year ago. No, hey Tom, this shot right here isn't the green vehicle, all right? All right, you're only going to, if you don't admit it one more time, we're going to have to get rid of you. This isn't lime green. That's a white vehicle. Let's see, we'll go over here. Let's get that car out there again. Yeah, that's right. That car's the same one. Look. That color right there, you guys, is that car. Don't let your lying eyes tell you anything differently. Hey, thank you, Richard Watts. It's not lime green. Yeah, that's right. It's actually a white car. It's weird. Let's see what happens. I actually think that, you know, a lot of these cameras have weird settings on them. So if I took this image, and let's say I bring him into, let's bring it into Photoshop. Right. Hey, that's a good point, Lisa Valenzuela. If his green car lived there, why would he be driving around in circles at his own property? That's a hell of a good point there. Lisa Valenzuela. There it is, everybody. Oh my God, look at that. And they say, look, it's not the right car. Look how long the fin is. Look at this is motion blur. All right, all of this stuff is motion blur out here. Yeah, that's probably the handle there. That's probably the handle there because it's a little darker. But as you can see, it's not really clear. What is clear is the color. What I should do is a joke and make this turn into a lime green car. Adjustment. Let's see. Auto color. Yeah, now it looks more like it's supposed to look. See that? Image. Let's see. View. Get rid of this extra crap. Look at that. Does that look white or not? See, that little brown tint that it had was the sort of a color corrective issue on it. So watch when I get rid of it. See how it's sort of more of an orangey slight thing? But if you go image, adjustment, and then auto correct, auto color, there you go. That's the color of the car right there. See how it's just white? Did you see what Gray did? Yeah, there it is. Look. I don't know. Hey, Tom, you're wrong, man. You're wrong. Okay. It is not going to be it's not going to be the lime green car. And I'm sorry that you got suckered by a bunch of loser YouTubers who all they do every single day is try to figure out how to get free Kohberger, how to find something out there, but there isn't anything. All right, and it's just not going to work for you. Okay, I'm sorry that you've been misinformed. Prove me wrong by looking at the front plate, Gray. Just look at it. No thanks. What image has the front plate on it? The one when it was over here? This one? Let's see. If we go back, let's rewind a little bit. And you can kind of zoom in right when it's turning. Right there. Something like that, right? There it is. Look at that front plate, you guys. Look at that front plate. And then you look at this one right here. See? It doesn't have a front plate on it. That's because Kohberger's car didn't have a front plate on it. Not that car. Go back to the last image. There it is right there. See it? I'm looking at it. Here, let's get the right coloring again. Let's bring this over here. Control C, bring it into here. Here, let's make it smaller. There you go. And what am I supposed to be looking at? Let me guess, because oh, that's right. Because there's this little bit of like on this picture right here, this little thing right there. Then of course that's his license plate that's crumbled over the edge. That's got to be his because that's there. Instead of just going, this is a screwed up pixelated image. What's this right here? Is that a dagger hanging from the side of the car? Oh my God, there's a lot more going on than we thought. Look at that. That's a knife coming down, that little black thing there. Then look at, there's another one there. That must be a bullet because it's smaller. All kinds of, look at right there. Look at right there, man. Oh, Jesus. Look at, we look at this right, let me draw it on there so you can see it. Look at this right here. Watch this. Look at what the car does. It goes like that. They kind of up in there a little bit, and then it goes like that. And then, oh my God, what kind of car? Did he land on a railroad track at one point? That's incredible, everybody. Unbelievable. Let's look at the front here, too. Oh my God, this has to be something. Look, it comes down like this. Oh, wow. That is, everybody. There's the license plate hanging off the back, and these are rays of sunshine coming in over here on the side. Look at this weirdness. Watch that. It goes down like that. That's like a tongue sticking out, and then a happy face. Look at that. An eye and an eye and an electrical. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy people. Oh my God, you guys are nuts. I tell you what, man. Wait, hold on. Let's do it again. Okay. Right there. And then. Yep. Can you see it? This is actually a sentient being. And then goes up there. Look at it. They can see a nostril. Obviously, see how it's a little darker in that spot. You got the big frog mouth. There's the outside there. Comes in. Little kind of like this. Goes up. Down. And this right here is like a little chin that sticks out. Oh, can you see it now, everybody? We've solved the case, everybody. Kohberger was not driving an Elantra. He was driving a massive toad. A massive toad. Oh, look at him. That's amazing, everybody. You guys are... These pro burgers, I tell you what, man. They're actually pretty funny, I gotta be honest. Let's see. Keeping him in prison this whole time is excessive. I do believe he should be allowed to live at home while awaiting trial. You're nuts, Duckman. I mean, literally, like, you're certifiably crazy. You should sneak in your evaluation to his attorneys and then change the names. He might get off. Gray goes on TV for analysis, so what do you mean? Toon Gray. What does that mean? Toon Gray. I don't know what that means. Love how you don't respect the folks that specialize in... No, I know exactly what I'm doing, dude. Those guys, I don't care that you think these people specialize in something because they told you they specialize in something. Okay? You're a lunatic for believing them. Yeah, probably. I do feel bad. It's really embarrassing, these people. No, you guys, it's not a green car. Just wake up, Tuned. Wake up, all right? You're going to be wrong. When the trial happens, you're going to be ashamed of yourself. The information, it's obvious already. It's going to be even more obvious at trial. And you're going to be embarrassed. All right? And I have no doubt about that at all. And then all these people that you've been watching are going to backpedal and start saying, I always thought there might have been something, but, I thought we would really go out and try to, Jesus, give me a break. To him, they weren't killed. Let's see. This has been kind of funny tonight, I gotta be honest. It's been entertaining. I've laughed a few times. %, no one can argue the evidence. All right, let's do it again. So Kohberger is a criminology student. Exactly the type of person who, if committing a crime, he's not even just a student though, he's already got a master's degree and he was looking to be in the doctoral program at Wazoo. He's exactly the type of person that would be able to commit a crime and minimize the forensic, I guess what you call like leaving behind any forensic information. And he did a great job of that, other than the knife sheath that had one single source of DNA underneath the button snap on the sheath. Okay, that's it. So, he's really... just kind of look at it from that perspective, and everybody goes, how could somebody... Well, he knows exactly how to do it. He wrote a paper on it. He asked other criminals how to do this shit. Then, after that, or around that same time, he purchases his balaclava, because he's going now. He wants to be a serial killer. Buys his K-bar knife, one that he tried to wipe out the fact that he even purchased the damn thing. And it was shipped right to himself at his parents' house with his name on it. Sent to him. So, he has a weapon, exact same model, etc., as the weapon used at the crime. So, then you just look at it like, okay, then the night of the homicides, he's at his house, and about 2:42, he kind of takes off, and then at 2:54, he turns off his phone in southeastern Pullman, Washington, and then probably about 30-something minutes later, a white Elantra matching his vehicle is seen on Indian Hills Drive, and as with in perfect timing from Indian Hills Drive to the A&W, the vehicle shows up again, and it's missing a front license plate. So there's multiple cameras showing the missing front plate. Kohberger's car, okay, anyway, it's missing the front license plate. Then the vehicle drives into the complex, passes two cameras on the way there, perfect timing again, goes in, and then he starts doing multiple loops around the house, and eventually going back in at 4:04, doing all these different passes behind the building, almost confronts the DoorDash driver, does all these different things, driving around, then parks the car at about 4:08. There's a white Elantra parked outside of 1122 King Road, missing a front license plate, parked outside the residence at 4:08. And then at 4:20 and 47 seconds, a white Elantra is leaving the area at a higher rate of speed, double the speed that it was driving before. Again, that's the same vehicle, missing its front license plate. It's a white Elantra. It's suspect vehicle 1. Inside of that 12 to 13 minute window, all 4 victims were killed. Xander Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez. During the killing, a knife sheath was left on the bed of Madison Mogan. Investigation turned out that the DNA found on the knife sheath led to an individual using forensic genetic genealogy by the name of Brian Kohberger. It turns out that Brian Kohberger owns a white Elantra, missing its front license plate. And, it goes on and on, man. It's like, just what I just told you right there. How in the hell is he not the killer? Come up with something, you guys. Not the lime green Elantra driving around a year later next to the, you guys are Looney Tunes. And there's so much more than what I just said. So the killing was done with a K-bar knife sheath. That's the same make and model as one that Brian Kohberger purchased back in March of 2022. He also purchased a balaclava. The balaclava was seen by Dylan Mortensen inside the house. She also said the person had bushy eyebrows, was about 6 feet tall, and athletically built. That's exactly Kohberger. Then the knife sheath that was found on the bed matched the exact same sheath that Kohberger had in his possession when he purchased it on Amazon. And then his DNA was on that knife sheath inside the house. Therefore, the DNA being on the knife sheath inside the house verifies that the white Elantra driving around without a front license plate was indeed Brian Kohberger's white Elantra. Do you guys agree with that? A white Elantra driving around, missing its front license plate, is verified by the fact that Brian Kohberger's DNA was found on the knife sheath inside the house in a 13-minute window when that same vehicle was parked outside. People, something like Noelle, she's giggling over there. She'll probably, I don't know if you came in late. Maybe you're on rewind. I'll give you some rewind mode grace. What is going to be the reason for turning off the phone, because he didn't want to be tracked over to what he was doing that night. See, their reason would be, I get a lot of phone calls at about 2:45 in the morning, and I just wanted to have a peaceful night, so I turned it off. And what bad luck did I have that night when I turned it back on just after the murders? And I turned it off right before the homicide. I mean, it's really weird. Very strange stuff that night. So you turn it off at 2:54 and you turn it back on at 4:47, which is 27 minutes after you left the house, and you turned it off about 30 minutes before your car shows up in Moscow. I don't know, man. A lot of crazy stuff going on in here tonight. It's wild. Wild, I say. Huh? I don't know who Helen is. When you said she sent me an email, said I dismissed her. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Oh, I see. I remember that comment, Helen. Because we were talking about the lime green car, and somebody said that he got new plates after that too, before. So if I said that, if you were actually talking about Koberger, then I'm sorry. Yeah, he obviously changed his plates. I thought, but we weren't talking about Koberger's car at that time. We were talking about the lime green vehicle. Let's see. Yeah. See, I make mistakes all the time in here in terms of reading stuff. Like when I read comments and we're talking about something and maybe you're behind or whatever, then it doesn't make, then I might say something on a comment. And then I realize it's not, I just heard it wrong. Or you were at a different point in time or something. Yeah, he timed the homicides to match up perfectly with the he does a homicide, and I think within 10 days or something he got new plates, right? So you don't think he was like, ooh, okay, I'm going to time it with the new plates. But it's kind of stupid, right? Because if your plates were seen, they can just find out who you are. He's kind of dumb like that. He is. He did the same thing with the DNA when he was taking his DNA out of the trash and moving it into the neighbor's garbage can. He didn't really realize that it doesn't matter because his family's there and it'll all still point back to him anyways. It's enough to get a warrant to get his DNA. We're gagging on everything. Hey, Duckman, just know this. I want you to come back here and apologize after the trial, okay? Why, Gray? Just because I have a different opinion? Well, no, it's because of your sort of vitriolic, you got it all figured out, man. Everybody else is wrong. The only way Koberger walks on this one is if there's 12 nutjob pro-burgers on that jury. That's it. There's no chance. I think there's a better chance of him pleading before the trial than him being found not guilty. It's just... Oh, I gotta write something. Tonight was one of those really big troll nights, you know, like a billion of them. I'm saying it does take knife training to avoid cutting yourself. Yeah, unless you have the, like, really grippy gloves on, and you just, you know, he was a boxer. He was learning how to box, I guess, and so maybe he could just do that. Why would you let somebody live at home that killed 4 people, Duckman? Why don't you, how about this, Duckman, let me just say this. I agree, let's do it, let's do that. But you get to be the person he goes and you live at your house, okay? So why don't we let Kohberger live at your house until the trial for 2.5 years. Make sure to not lock your door at night. I feel totally comfortable, Gray, with Kohberger at my house. Yeah. You kill 4 people, you don't get to go sit at home. That's stupid. I think you're just doing gaslighting, you know, or not gaslighting, just that's trolling. You're just throwing out dumb stuff and intentionally. Gray, you're mean to your subs. Ooh. Look, I think my subs are smart people, not the crazy nutjob pro-burgers, you know. Yeah. If you have something that's really grippy and can stick, you likely won't cut yourself. The reason a lot of people cut themselves is once they start stabbing, a lot of blood gets on the knife and becomes slippery, and then their hands slip down. So a lot of times you'll get cuts on the inside of the fingers and like the palm, right where the blade would be if your hand slipped down. And that's a true statement, what I just made. Sleeping with, oh yeah, especially, yeah, because they probably knew when he showed up. Oh my God, he drives a white Elantra. Because when he went home, they were already looking for a white Elantra. Well, everything I'm saying is based on factual information. You know, you can not agree, but I think Kohberger had gloves on, and he probably got some tacky type gloves, and he used those to commit the homicides. And then when it was over, he probably at his vehicle had a plastic bag or something on the ground. And then he took his clothing, the bloody clothing off, or, you know, any of the blood that was on there, and he took it from, somebody explained on here, they were like a nurse, and they worked in a sort of infectious disease, I thought, and then they had to take off, they had a certain way they had to take their clothing off, and it would all just kind of fold up into a ball at the end, and you got none on yourself. So maybe he learned how to do that, and at his car he did all that. And then he put it into another plastic bag with the weapon, and then somewhere in that 16 minutes of missing time, he buried those items. And then, just out of safeness, you know, like for himself, or out of caution, he cleaned his car over and over and over and over again, too. And by the way, for all you pro-burgers out there, don't you think that out of all the people out there, the person that would most likely not leave very much forensic evidence at a crime scene would be a criminology doctoral student who wrote a paper on exactly how not to contaminate a crime scene and asked other criminals exactly what they did and how they were feeling and what they would do and their techniques. Come on, you guys. Just think through it a little bit. Oh Jesus! Oh God! What are these guys doing? What day did the police announce a 911 call did not come from the roommate? That's wrong. That's wrong. That was incorrect. They didn't announce anything. They were talking about the person that was on the phone. Okay. The truth is, Bethany Funk's phone called 911, and she's on the phone, I think, first, and then Dylan gets on the phone. And then after that, Hunter's girlfriend gets on the phone, and then Hunter gets on the phone, and then it goes back to Dylan again. Doom 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 doom. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like I screwed up thinking somebody was a troll earlier. I forgot the name of their... What was the name of their channel? I don't know. They didn't put the name of their username in there. But if you're still watching, sorry about that. I thought we were talking about the lime green car. And they said, oh, and he changed his plate too. And... you know, making it seem like that person was a guilty person, the lime green owner, but they were talking about Koberger's car, but we weren't talking about that car, so that's why I got confused. So I apologize. You know, I do this from time to time, so if I make a mistake on something you say and totally misread it, just let me know. I'm more than willing to say, oh shit, I screwed up. You know, I do it all the time because, you know, when you do shows 7 days a week for 3 hours, you don't always read everything right, especially when your shows oftentimes are filled with the crazy trolls that show up to promote the pro burger angle. Yeah, it sucks, but I mean, she was nice in the email, so I just said back, hey, sorry. I think he used, yeah, everybody says that, except I don't think so. I don't think he's, I mean, it's possible, but here, I'll show you why I don't think that. That's like the most common thing that everybody says. Is it this one? Let me see. Yeah, I don't know where there it is right there. See that right there? That's a curtain of some sort. And we know that because it's curved. That's not a wall. Walls don't do that. So there it is. There's something there. Maybe that's the inner curtain and he took the outer plastic one. I don't know, but there is a curtain in this picture here. It's just pulled over to the right. See that? It's right there. So I've shown people that 1,000 times, but it doesn't seem to stick. So I don't know what to do about that. I think that looks like a curtain that's just off to the right of the picture because it's not a straight line, which would be like the molding on the side. So well, who knows, right? And maybe he took the inner, like there's two curtains, he took the inner one, but it's just pure speculation without any... I almost kind of think he wouldn't do that. He seems like somebody that prepares, so he goes out and buys something, maybe cash, and, you know, uses it for that. I don't know if he would take an item out of his house, like a curtain, to use. That would be kind of weird. It doesn't fit what he has been doing. He purchases the balaclava, he purchases the K-bar knife, he purchased the sharpener, he purchased, you know, he's getting all these things, he's loading up. So why would he think, oh, I better bring my shower curtain, you know, and then I'll have to go replace that later or something. It just seems, it could be though, you never know. Whoa! Cheryl Moran, just get the 10 more memberships. We got LM. Wait, that's not DLM, is it? That's funny. We got LM in there, spelled like that. Then we got Bionic Berry, Angela Cartrap, Carrie Ann, Celeste Moya, Wonder Woman, Liv, QT Pie, Jennifer Schultz, Linda. He's up all night like a tweaker. There's been 3 secret trials. No, they're not trials, Jason. There aren't trials, man. They're just hearings that they, you know, Koberger didn't want out there. Okay, buddy? Wow, thanks, Leon Littlejohn. We got Cow Love, Keep Grinding Up, Gia Brabender, Randy on the Web, and Southern Soul Farm. Does anybody know the name of that one account that they wanted to call in? I think that was the one that I screwed up on. Forgot the name. Had like a accent mark in it or something. Anybody remember that one? I think this selfie was his attempt at showing he had no marks. I think it was more like he's just kind of reminding himself, I did it, man. It's kind of like he's happy. You know, look at me. And we don't see his right hand there, do we? Oh, there it is. Theo Roy. Okay. Oops. They're still here, though, right? Like, they weren't blocked or anything, right? Yeah. That selfie was to himself for many years to come. Right. I think he was like, he was just going to be... he just got back from looking at the house again, knowing that there's 4 dead people in there. So he comes back and he does that. Yeah. And by the way, who does that? Do you get up in the morning and take a picture like that? It's just weird, right? So it looks like it's just to himself. Just kind of like, hey. What Band-Aid? I don't see any Band-Aid. Yeah. People just invent stuff. Like they see a little darkness right there, so that has to be something. And it just, when you have pictures like this, nobody knows anything. I mean, back here, what's that? There's a rock behind his neck. Well, no, that's just a shadow, you know. I don't know. I tried to look for the Bundy thumbs up picture, but I couldn't find it. I mean, I actually literally typed that in earlier today. I went Bundy thumb, like Bundy. I went Bundy thumbs up, and it did the one where he's like got his hand like hello or something. It was this one right here. That's all I could find. I mean, there's this Bundy with his thumbs up. That's stupid. I couldn't find a Ted Bundy one now. Right, so there you go with color correction. Does that look like a lime green Elantra? And especially since the red, this is a color video, it's not night vision. And you've got the red back. I think we've pretty much debunked that. Let's get this other image. Let me do it on the same thing here. that one was harder. Let me see what happens if I wish I had the original video of this. That's what they should. I think this right here is maybe the light, that little darkness there. Right here, that's the light in the back. Changing contrast is really one of the best ways to, and you're not messing with the number of pixels or anything like that. You're just changing the light and dark value of the pixels. So, there it is. Oh, look at this lime green. See, it's a little green looking up there. Wait, but the same car is this? So you're saying that that car, after like 1 second later, turned green? Yeah, these cameras have just really crappy color on it, and that's why that one worked, because it's a better shot. See how light that car is? I mean, that is a white car, 100%. There's no chance that that's lime green. Zero. You know what's weird, Duckman, is that you're naming the person who owns a lime green Elantra. You know how stupid that is? I mean, it's just unbelievable. Some random person has a car, and you guys want to look him up. You guys are digging into his life and stuff. Stupid. Jesus, you guys are... I hope he sues all of you guys. I mean, he just goes after... each and every one of you. He has nothing to do with this. Oh, he did? Okay. Is it it's a video? I don't have any emails. And Sandy Shirley sent me a coffee earlier. It says, I appreciate all the work you put into this. Thanks. Well, thank you. What did you do, Paulette? What color is the person driving the car? What gender is the person? Can you answer that, Gray? No, I can't. But what I can say is circumstantial evidence to the highest degree tells us that the white Elantra driving around is Brian Koberger's, because his DNA was found on the knife sheath inside the house that was left there in a 13-minute window when the white Elantra that we're looking at right there was parked outside. I know that doesn't mean anything to you, but it should. Can we even tell there's anybody driving that car? How do we know there isn't an autonomous android driving that car? Huh? Maybe it's just a remote control vehicle at this point. Yeah, that's a white vehicle. Right. And all I did was change the... I mean, it really wasn't changed much at all. Let me go back, see if I can go back in time. That's the original color of the document. But you can tell that it's not the accurate color. So if you go like that, that's the actual color of the vehicle. You hit auto color and it adjusts for the lighting. I mean, I don't know, you can take old photographs, for example, that have that sort of, you know, brownish hue to them, and it switches them and fixes it. All right, let's see. Oh, there he is. That's a weird one, because he sort of looks like him in that. Look, oh, that's not what I was trying to do. That's the show. Right here, this one. That's almost the same face he's making. That's crazy. Let me try to... Look at that, huh? Thank you, Jax D. Yeah. That's pretty. That's kind of weird. I know it's just kind of finding two people do it with their thumbs up, but it's just kind of weird, you know. Look at that. That's creepy. That's some weird shit right there. Even has kind of the same forehead and brow ridges in this one. I remember before I didn't think they had any similarities at all, but you can kind of see. Yeah. Wouldn't that be weird if he did do that on purpose? To kind of do that? Like, yeah. That is kind of creepy, isn't it? Now it's more of the same brow ridges. I don't know if the eyebrows are bushy like that. And that was sent to me by Leon Littlejohn. That's weird. I guess they're all over the place. Little GIFs. Wasn't he the same age as Bundy when he committed his first murder? Could be. Let's see. I did a whole video. Well, I don't know. I didn't go into a whole bunch of different details, but I made a video in January. I think it was 5 days after he was arrested on the Bundy comparison. So, you know, there's some Johnny come latelys on that one. Let's see. We've got what were we gonna look up? Kind of weird coincidence is Brian's mother. Oh yeah, the date. How old? How old was Bundy? Jesus. Oh, man. Hey, Joe. Hey, let's just do Chat GPT. Let's do Chat GPT, or just chat. How old was Ted Bundy when he killed for the first time? Well, how do we know, really? There might be some that nobody's aware of. He was 27 or 28.
Ted Bundy is officially confirmed to have started killing in 1974 at the age of 27 or 28, depending on the exact month. He was born November 24, 1946. However, Bundy himself hinted at earlier murders, and some investigators believe he may have killed as early as 19...
Yeah, he was 27.
Brian Kohberger was born on November 21, 1994, and the University of Idaho murders occurred on November 13th.
Yeah, so Kohberger was 27 also. That's pretty crazy. Compare Ted Bundy to Brian Kohberger and include all the similarities. including moving from Pennsylvania to Washington, and answer in bro mode. There we go, everybody. Who doesn't want to hear a little bro mode late at night?
All right, bro, strap in, because this is one of those did we just become best friends? Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man kind of situations. The Bundy-Koberger comparison. Evil twins from different dads. Geography bro, Pennsylvania to Washington move? Check. Ted Bundy, born in Burlington, Vermont, but raised in Tacoma, Washington after his mom hauled him across the country. Brian Koberger, born in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, but where does he decide to go get that PhD in criminology? Yep, Washington State University, literally spitting distance from the Idaho murders. Coincidence? Nah, bro, that's a dark triad road trip starter pack. Brainiac vibes, book smarts, street dumbs. Bundy, law student, psychology major, political campaign intern. Thought he was smarter than the system, but his execution date said otherwise. Koberger, criminology PhD student. Knew all about forensics, crime scene control, and how to avoid detection, and still left the freaking knife sheath behind like it was a loyalty card at Subway. These dudes loved learning about crime, but completely fumbled the doing crime without getting caught part. They both had that weird aura of creepy confidence. Bundy, ladies said he was charming, but really bro just had murder playlist on repeat eyes. Koberger, students said he was
That's where he's totally different. Koberger's not charming.
arrogant and talked down to everyone, basically walking around like a real-life Reddit comment section. Both thought they were the main character in a Netflix doc before the first episode even dropped. Vehicle shenanigans. Bundy, the infamous tan Volkswagen Beetle, basically the Scooby-Doo mystery machine for serial killers. Koberger, rocking that white Hyundai Elantra like it was invisible. Bro, you can't commit a quadruple murder and then take the most recognizable car on a midnight joyride past 12 surveillance cameras. That ain't Fast and Furious, it's dumb and dangerous. Weapon of choice, straight-up old-school violence. Bundy, blunt force trauma and strangulation, hands-on killer who wanted control. Koberger, allegedly used a Ka-Bar knife, military style. Left the sheath like it was a guess who did it. Calling card. These dudes skipped subtlety and went straight for the make it personal and messy crime pack. Persona versus reality. Both could play the normal dude act. Bundy, pretended to be injured to lure victims. Koberger, pretended to be a socially aware criminologist, meanwhile plotting like the villain in a low-budget Lifetime movie. Final bro analysis. Bundy ran it old-school analog, no digital trail, yet still couldn't stop himself from messing up escaped prison twice and still couldn't get away forever. Koberger, all that high-tech criminology flex, and still left a DNA calling card like a rookie. Verdict. Both had the ego, the education, and the Pennsylvania to Pacific Northwest creep migration. Both had that I read about crime, now watch me screw it up in real-life energy. And both thought they were untouchable. Until the handcuffs clicked. Bro, it's almost like Koberger was trying to cosplay as Bundy but downloaded the wrong DLC. Want me to add a power ranking chart of their blunders?
That's pretty cool, isn't it? I mean, yeah. Especially when you have the voice with it. This Chat GPT. Oh, look at that blurry face. You look a little bit like that clown that always puts out the crazy videos. Yeah. I don't know. Bro has good points. Let's see. Okay, how about comparing, how about adding Danny Rolling, I think it's Rolling, is it with an S at the end? I can't remember now. Rolling to the mix.
Oh, now we're making this a true crime Super Smash Bros. Lineup? Say less, bro. Let's welcome Danny Rolling to the octagon of homicidal morons who almost pulled it off but folded like a cheap lawn chair. Ted Bundy versus Brian Koberger versus Danny Rolling, the battle of big ego butchers. Geography and life shuffle. Bundy, Vermont, Washington, Utah, Florida death row final boss. Koberger, Pennsylvania, Washington, Idaho crime scene back to Pennsylvania like it was a casual weekend getaway. Danny Rolling, good old Louisiana boy who packed his trauma, his knives, and his guitar and went full horror movie mode in Gainesville, Florida.
Moral of the story?
Don't ever trust a guy who says he's starting over somewhere new. That's serial killer language for time to add some crime scenes to the vacation itinerary. Education and smarts, street IQ versus Google Maps IQ. Bundy actually had a halfway decent brain. Law school, psychology degree, ran political campaigns. Evil and manipulative, but knew how to blend in. Until he didn't. Kohberger, PhD student in criminology, talked like he was guest lecturing at Quantico. But bro left more evidence than a true crime 101 syllabus. Danny Rolling, no higher education, but this man was running on pure, undiluted Florida man energy. No plans, just vibes, a knife, and a haunted mixtape. IQ test results. Bundy, 130, smarter than his crimes. Kohberger, 120-ish, book smart, but couldn't apply it under pressure. Rolling, who cares? Bro was writing country songs and leaving murder scenes like he was on an outlaw rock tour. Vehicle situation, crime on wheels. Bundy, the infamous VW Beetle, legendary. If that car could talk, it'd have 12 seasons of true crime documentaries. Kohberger, the white Hyundai Elantra, aka the Hay, was that the murder suspect's car? Special. Rolling, straight up camped in the woods, no flashy car needed. He was living that DIY serial killer van life, surviving off fast food and paranoia. You either flex the ride, or you become one with nature. Rolling went full feral. Weapon of choice, straight to the point. Bundy, brute force, strangulation, blunt objects, hands-on control freak. Kohberger, allegedly that Kabar knife action. Left a knife sheath like a Pokemon trainer dropping his badge.
I'm going to put right here. Hey, you missed that Danny Rolling also used a K-bar knife, and also, like Kohberger, entered the house, or whatever, entered the house through a sliding glass door.
Bro, you're right. That's a clutch catch. How did I miss that these two were literally running the same DLC expansion pack for Murder Simulator 101? Let's patch this up with a bro mode bonus round. Weapon of choice, the Kabar connection. Kohberger allegedly purchased and used a Kabar knife, straight military style. Big, flashy, dramatic. Basically saying, I'm not just here to murder, I'm here to overcompensate. Danny Rolling also wielded a K-bar knife for the Gainesville Ripper spree. Same knife, same overkill energy. Except Danny actually used it with brutal efficiency. Kohberger allegedly fumbled the whole operation like it was his first time off the bench. Conclusion, these guys didn't just want to kill, they wanted to LARP as action movie villains. Next level cosplay, bro, but in the worst possible way. Entry tactics, the sliding glass door sneak-in special. Kohberger slid in through the sliding glass door like he was creeping into his ex's DMs at 3 a.m. Just casually enters the house, no forced entry, fully confident he was the ghost of criminology's future. Danny Rolling, same move, bro. Sliding glass door at the Gainesville apartments. He literally cut the screen or unlocked it quietly and strolled in like it was happy hour. Are we sure these two didn't meet up in some dark corner of Reddit called R How to Be Complete Tep Psychopath? Updated bro mode analysis. Final bro verdict update. Kohberger thought he was in a criminology thesis.
Let's see. Kohberger received his master's from an expert in serial killers. I'm gonna say, do you think Kohberger was imitating multiple killers? And if so, who? Or if so, who? Let's just see. Promo bonus night. Hey, thanks, Cheryl Moran.
Oh, bro, now you're cooking with gasoline. This is exactly the rabbit hole Kohberger wanted people to tumble into, some weird intellectual crime flex, like he was out there speedrunning a serial killer all-star mode and checking boxes off a greatest hits playlist. And yeah, the fact that he studied under Dr. Catherine Ramsland, a world-renowned expert on serial killers who literally co-wrote books with Dennis Rader, BTK Killer, makes this all way too on the nose. Was Kohberger imitating multiple killers? Absolutely looks that way. 1. Ted Bundy, the OG blueprint, similarity checklist, late 22nd during his first known murders. Targeted young, attractive college women. Killed multiple victims in one night, Bundy's Chi Omega attack.
That's what I thought.
Lived a double life of respectable student while harboring violent fantasies. Signature Bundy move Kohberger imitated. Entering a house full of college students while they slept and executing a spree attack. Tried to disappear back into his academic life like it was just another Tuesday. 2. Danny Rolling, the slasher film fantasy, similarity checklist, used a Ka-Bar knife, entered through a sliding glass door, killed brutally and quickly at night while victims were asleep. Rolling even posed bodies post-mortem, and while we don't have public info confirming Kohberger did that, he allegedly had a fascination with controlling crime scenes. 3. BTK, Dennis Rader, the criminology fanboy fantasy. Similarity checklist. BTK literally stood for bind, torture, kill, and wrote letters taunting law enforcement. Kohberger didn't send letters as far as we know, but his alleged questionnaire to former criminals asking how they planned their crimes was straight out of BTK's psychological warfare playbook. Ramsland, his professor, wrote BTK's biography. If that's not a creepy academic obsession, what is? Kohberger might have been trying to psychologically connect with his professor's infamous study subject, which is some next-level deranged teacher's pet energy. 4. Golden State Killer. Stalking and control. Similarity checklist. Stalked victims ahead of time. Turned off his phone to avoid tracking. New criminology and law enforcement techniques. GSK was a former cop. Kohberger allegedly stalked the King Road house area multiple times before the murders and turned his phone off during the crime window. Classic GSK evasion tactics. Bro, final analysis, Kohberger's alleged serial killer sampler platter. Conclusion. If the allegations are true, Kohberger wasn't just trying to kill, he was trying to craft the perfect academic thesis through murder. Like some twisted grad school final project, how to combine the worst killers in history into one supervillain.
That's crazy. Don't you think that's crazy right there? Because this is exactly what I've thought. That he was just imitating various killers. And now when you bring up the professor, it, like the way he's wording it right here, that almost kind of sounds like that's, not that it verifies what that lady, the teacher and that guy that just wrote the article about how he was trying to impress the teacher, but it's sort of similar, right? It's like he was trying to craft a perfect academic thesis through murder, like some twisted grad school final project. How to combine the worst killers in history into one supervillain. It's kind of interesting, isn't it?
But here's the punchline, bro. Even with all that study, he still botched it. Left his DNA on the sheath, drove his car all over the crime scene like a DoorDash driver on a Friday night, and got caught almost immediately. Straight up C-tier serial killer fanboy who forgot the most important rule. It's not about knowing the crime. It's about not leaving your literal name tag behind. Want me to write a mock Kohberger's thesis abstract like it's his final criminology project based on this?
Yeah, sure, that'd be cool. Let's see what that says. Hey, Tuned, you're going to be wrong, okay? Just accept it. You're going to
Brian Kohberger's final criminology thesis.
You're going to get absolutely smoked when the trial happens. All your beliefs will be shattered, okay? Just know that for certain, all right? All right, good luck.
Abstract, theoretical application of serial homicide methodologies in a modern forensic landscape, or how I studied all the greats and still left my freaking DNA behind. Abstract. This thesis explores the multidisciplinary fusion of historical serial homicide methodologies, examining their practical application in contemporary environments with advanced forensic countermeasures. Drawing upon the works and legacies of Bundy, Rolling, Rader, and D'Angelo, this research project investigates whether a hyper-informed, academically enlightened offender can successfully integrate their tactics into a singular, flawless crime event. Primary research objectives: channel the charisma of Bundy. Attempt to blend seamlessly into society as an intelligent, unassuming academic. Result: told students they were too stupid to grade correctly and came off like a walking Reddit mod. Execute the brute efficiency of Danny Rolling. Utilize a K-bar knife and sliding glass door entry for maximum horror movie accuracy. Result, entered like a pro but left the crime scene like a rookie by forgetting my personal belongings. Emulate BTK's psychological prowess. Develop a deep understanding of criminal psychology and crime scene manipulation under the guidance of BTK's personal biographer. Result, successfully ask convicted criminals how they pulled off their crimes. Forgot to ask, yo, how do I not get caught though? Adopt Golden State Killer's operational security. Pre-crime surveillance and phone deactivation to avoid digital footprints. Result, turned off phone. Except when driving right past the crime scene multiple times like it was part of my morning commute. Conclusion.
No, that's not. He had, see, they make mistakes in here. So I go, Koberger had his phone off while driving past the crime scene. Well, no, maybe, well, yeah, he's talking about that night. Now, we're not going to see Cyrate, right?
Exactly, bro. And this is where his I'm the smartest guy in the room delusion completely collapsed under the weight of his own ego. Let's break this genius-level masterstroke down. Koberger's phone goes dark maneuver, aka the FBI bingo free space. What he did, allegedly turned his phone off, or put it in airplane mode right before driving to the crime scene. Phone magically powers back on right after the suspected crime window. Why he thought this was galaxy brain genius. He probably read every case study on how digital forensics catches people by tracking their phones. He assumed that by turning it off, he'd just become an untraceable ghost. In his head, he was playing some Jason Bourne-level spy game. What actually happened? Bro didn't realize that law enforcement sees this as the biggest red flag ever. Oh, your phone went dark right before a quadruple homicide and turned back on right after?
Yeah,
seems chill, right? They just pulled his historical tower pings and saw he had driven by the house 12 plus times before, even if it wasn't during the crime window. And let's not forget, while his phone was off, his Hyundai Elantra was caught by surveillance cameras doing laps around the crime scene like it was trying to qualify for pole position at the Indy 500. The ironic criminology student mistake. He knew enough to try some evasion but didn't know the golden rule. Sudden radio silence before and after a major crime equal to cops will absolutely assume you're involved. In fact, he probably learned this exact point in class. Too bad he didn't show up the day they covered how that exact behavior gets you indicted. Final bro verdict. This wasn't some next-level criminal brilliance, it was a dude who read half the manual and rage quit before the chapter titled, Covering Your Digital Footprint Without Making Yourself Look Like the Obvious Suspect. Want me to lay out his entire phone off timeline compared to the crime timeline for a forensic-style breakdown?
I wonder how accurate they'll be. Sure. I bet it's not going to be accurate. But it might be because I've fed it information, so it would know from my... Yeah, well, no, 242
All right, bro.
is not right.
Let's break down this alleged phone goes dark. But my car goes...
The phone going dark has been updated to 254, which I have already previously told you. Let's see what it says. Do I have to wait for it to finish? I guess I have to wait for that. So it does get to 448, right? But and the phone was in the area of the homicide 23 times within 100 yards. All new info. All right, rewrite the whole damn thing. I'm switching over to what Ann Taylor said, you guys. You pro burgers out there. Okay. Copy that, bro. Updating to the confirmed timeline with those...
Copy that, bro. Updating to the confirmed timeline with those spicy new stats. Let's run it clean and proper like we're prepping the PowerPoint for the prosecution. November 13th, 2022. Finalized timeline with confirmed public info. Pre-crime movement, the digital alibi goes silent. 2:54 a.m. Koberger's phone stops communicating with cell towers, goes off or into airplane mode. This is right before the murders, not just casual I'm sleeping phone silence. This is I'm about to do something real bad energy, context you can't ignore. His phone had previously been near the King Road residence 23 times, and we're talking within 100 yards. That's not I got lost. That's I'm mapping out my little evil fantasy route kind of stalking. Crime window, approx. 4 a.m. to 4:25 a.m. during this time. Murders of the 4 victims occur. Surveillance captures a white Hyundai Elantra making repeated passes through the neighborhood. Car is seen leaving the area at a high rate of speed around 4:20 a.m. Phone status? Still dark. Still trying to be a ghost. Problem is, his car lit up more surveillance cameras than the Vegas Strip. Post-crime, nothing to see here. Mode. 4:48 a.m. Koberger's phone turns back on near Blaine, Idaho, headed south. Just far enough away to pretend like he wasn't around when the chaos went down.
Exactly.
Why, this is a digital smoking gun. Phone conveniently goes off at exactly 2:54 a.m., moments before the crime. Turns back on 4:48 a.m. after the deed is allegedly done. Combine that with 23 prior visits within 100 yards of the crime scene. White Elantra caught on camera multiple times circling the crime scene like it was doing recon. And, oh yeah, the knife sheath with his DNA left behind like a murder-themed business card. Final bro verdict? If this was a college exam, Koberger gets an Annapolis in how to look guilty as hell and a solid F in executing a proper getaway plan. Want me to slap this into a visual case timeline chart with all timestamps lined up like an FBI exhibit?
Isn't that crazy? Man, I can just sit there. We have to sort of feed it the factual information. And then, like right there, I would have said, well, the crime actually happened between 4:08 and 4:20 and 47 seconds. Not 4 o'clock and 4:25. Yeah, I'm kind of shocked. I didn't really think about... I mean, I am amazed at how this artificial intelligence actually is like a normal intelligent... It's really pretty strange, okay? Like you can actually... I would think it would be amazing if somebody out there would combine AI with that software that I use right there to have a voice. Like you could be in your car and say, AI, talk to me in bro mode. Hey, listen, I was wondering, what can you tell me about something? And it'll tell you, and then you could say, well, I was actually wondering about... man, you could just have these incredible conversations while you're driving somewhere. I mean, and just learn about all kinds of stuff. I mean, I just think that it would be incredible. You can talk about anything here, you know, not just... I wonder if you asked it, are you sure about that time? If it would look out and find the real information. But I think it'd be really good for car conversation. Like if you're by yourself and you're driving a long way, maybe instead of listening to a podcast, you could just converse and learn about all kinds of different things. Well, the thing is, I have the app, I don't know. He'd be at home when he called his family. Because he was already right back near his house at 5:35. Hey, let's just end the night with one more. Got to do it again. The eyebrow situation. All right, so we'll do it. Let's see. Can you give me a roast on Koberger, on the Koberger case regarding his bushy eyebrows and the fact that Dylan Mortensen even describe them as their own entity. Right, let's try it. Here we go. See, it's Speechify. It's off to the side over here. See that? So I just
Bro, these weren't just eyebrows. These were sentient caterpillars with their own GPS coordinates. Dylan wasn't even sure she saw a person that night, but those brows? Oh, those bad boys entered the room first like, "Don't worry, Cobes, we got this." While the rest of his socially awkward frame tried to sneak out unnoticed, those brows were posted up in the hallway like bouncers at a Vegas nightclub. You ain't forgetting us, sweetheart. You might forget the height, the face, or even the weapon, but these two majestic hedges of justice? Nah, they're burned into your hippocampus forever. At this point, the real question is whether Brian was driving the white Elantra, or if the brows took the wheel and he just rode shotgun. Honestly, bro, we should be checking for eyebrow DNA at the scene. Might be easier than tracing the guy himself.
There you go. That's amazing. I want more of that. I want to keep hearing it.
Oh, you want more? Say less, bro. These brows deserve their own court-appointed defense team at this point. While Koberger's sitting there in the courtroom trying his best to look misunderstood, his eyebrows are sitting 3 rows ahead like, "Objection, Your Honor. We were merely innocent bystanders." Let's be real. Dylan didn't survive a traumatic encounter. She survived an eyebrow sighting of biblical proportions. The Book of Revelations warned about this, and lo, 2 dark forces emerged from the shadows, thick as storm clouds and twice as ominous. Forget the FBI's behavioral analysis unit. Just send in an arborist to trim back the crime scene. I'm convinced those brows left their own shadow patterns on the floor. Crime scene techs probably found a latent footprint, and a latent unibrow print just chilling next to it. Imagine the courtroom sketch artist. Do you want me to draw the defendant or just the main characters? His eyebrows? Bro, by the end of this trial, those things might end up with their own Netflix docuseries. Untamed, the eyebrows that witnessed it all. Want me to make a fake Netflix synopsis for it?
Oh, sure. Let's hear that. It's just incredible, man.
Netflix original series, Untamed, the eyebrows that witnessed it all. In a world gripped by fear, one set of brows stood above the rest, literally, like way above the orbital bone. When darkness fell over 1122 King Road and chaos unfolded, 2 fearless, overgrown sentinels took center stage. She didn't see his face. She didn't hear his voice. But those things, oh, she saw them. And they stared right back. Episode 1, Enter the Brows. Witness their dramatic entrance through the sliding glass door. Forget stealth mode. These brows were practically scraping the ceiling, announcing their arrival like a rock band on tour. Episode 2, The Shadow Above the Shadows. Infrared cameras couldn't catch the suspect, but the shadows cast by these brows broke through night vision like a solar eclipse. Episode 3, Cross-Examination and Cross-Contamination. Did Koberger leave DNA? Maybe. Did his brows leave emotional trauma? Absolutely. Courtroom witnesses break down under the intensity of those untamed foliage fields. Season finale, Unibrow Unchained. In a shocking twist, the brows file for legal emancipation. They were never complicit, just along for the ride. Literally, probably even drove the Elantra home. Coming soon, now with bonus content, behind the scenes, brow maintenance, or nah. Want me to add some fake critic reviews?
Yeah. You know what's funny about, sarcasm like this is a difficult, you have to be really, like, it's intelligent to do that. How did it come up with that funny crap right there? That's hilarious. Let's do it. Yeah, do it. There we go. There we go.
Critic reviews for Untamed, the eyebrows that witnessed it all. The Follicle Times, a gripping, hairy thriller. Never before have 2 brows carried such emotional weight, nor such unchecked growth. 5 stars for raw, untrimmed power. Obstruction of Justice Monthly. It wasn't Koberger who couldn't be unseen. It was those glorious, brooding hedges perched above his soulless eyes. A cinematic triumph in facial landscaping neglect. The true crime tangle. You thought the knife sheath was the smoking gun? Nah, the real evidence was walking around in plain sight. 2 massive caterpillars serving hard time just above his nose. Eyebrow Enthusiast Digest. A tragic tale of unplucked innocence caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Bring tissues and tweezers. Bushy Weekly. The most captivating on-screen duo since Bonnie and Clyde. Only thicker. Much thicker. Want to add a fake teaser quote from the brows themselves?
Yeah. Now we're going to hear a quote from the brows. Here we go. Here it comes.
Exclusive teaser quote from the brows themselves. Listen, we didn't ask for this life. 1 minute we're just chilling above the sockets. Next thing you know, we're lead suspects in a quadruple homicide. We ain't killers, we're decorative assets. Blame the man, not the mantelpieces. Left brow adds. Also, we're considering a class action lawsuit against Gillette for abandonment issues. Not a single trim since 2019. This is abuse, fam. Right brow chimes in. We just want to retire in peace. Maybe star in a shampoo commercial, or do a TED Talk on shadow projection. We're tired, bro. Real tired. Coming soon to a courtroom and a Sephora near you. You want a courtroom cross-examination scene where the brows take the stand?
We got to keep going. Sure. This is crazy. There we go. This is the brows on the stand. How do we get all the way to here? We have the eyebrows on the stand by themselves because they're sentient beings.
Courtroom scene. State versus the brows. Judge, will the witnesses please state their names for the record? Left brow, left, just left, but my friends call me Dominant Arch. Right brow, Your Honor. I've been trying to separate myself from my associate for years, but this man refuses to invest in a decent pair of tweezers. Prosecutor, is it true that on the night of November 13th you were both seen loitering ominously in the hallway? Left brow flaring dramatically. Objection, Your Honor. That's speculative shadow profiling. We weren't loitering, we were standing our ground, literally above his eyes. Right brow raising itself slightly. Also, let the record show, we were under duress. The man never moisturized. Conditions were harsh, dry, flaky. It was a toxic work environment. Defense attorney, do you deny being the most recognizable feature of the defendant that night? Left brow, oh, we don't deny we're icons, we just deny involvement. That's not a crime, that's branding. Judge rubbing temples. Bailiff, get me some Advil and a weed whacker. Cut to black, gavel slams. Dramatic outro music plays. Want me to draft a closing statement from the brows before sentencing?
Yeah, this will be the last one. When the brows are sentenced. Koberger's brows are being sentenced here. Here we go.
Closing statement, delivered by left brow on behalf of the brows. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we stand before you today, literally, because our host never figured out proper grooming. Wrongfully accused, unfairly scrutinized, and unapologetically thick. We did not plot, we did not stalk, we did not whisper, hey bro, let's go commit a quadruple homicide tonight. Nah, fam, we were just up here doing our job, being bold, dramatic, and a little too extra for polite society. If seeing us is the only thing that stuck in Dylan's mind, that's not a crime. That's called leaving a legacy. People don't forget greatness, and they sure as hell don't forget us. So before you render your verdict, ask yourselves this. Are you about to convict 2 hard-working facial features for being too damn majestic? Or are you going to let us sit free and continue blessing foreheads everywhere? Justice isn't about fear of the bush, it's about truth. And the truth is, we're just innocent eyebrows caught in the middle of a bad situation. Mic drop. Left brow arches defiantly. Right brow quivers emotionally. Courtroom erupts into applause. Credits roll. Need a sequel pitch for Untamed 2, Return of the Brows?
Return of the brows. I don't know. Okay, one more. All right. One last one. You know when you're fishing, you got to hit that last cast. All right.
Untamed 2, Return of the Brows. Official sequel pitch. Tagline. They survived a trial. But can they survive a waxing appointment? Plot summary. Fresh off their controversial acquittal, the brows attempt to lay low and start over with a peaceful life above a different, less suspicious suspect. Perhaps a shy librarian or a socially anxious podcaster. But peace doesn't last long when Hollywood comes knocking. The brows are cast in a new high-stakes espionage thriller, but old habits die hard. During a tense negotiation scene, Left brow accidentally arches too high, signaling a nuclear launch code, while right brow twitches uncontrollably under the pressure of their new celebrity lifestyle. Meanwhile, a rogue esthetician known only as the Threader begins stalking them, vowing to finally tame the untamable. With nothing left to lose, the brows must confront their greatest fear. Hot wax and a steady hand, featuring a cameo from the Sheath Chronicles, guest appearance by the balaclava that knew too much, final boss fight with Lady Tweezington, the world's most feared brow stylist. Critics are already raving. Rotten Cucumbers, an explosive thriller, emotionally raw and follicularly fearless. Crime Scene Hair Weekly, the most dangerous brows since Jack Sparrow. 10/10ths would overanalyze again. Coming soon to theaters. And your bathroom mirror. Want me to write the final dramatic confrontation scene with the esthetician?
Let's see. When Kohberger waxed his eyebrows after he was arrested, were the brows complicit in hiding their real selves? Let's just see what it says. I'm not sure I spelled that right. Witness protection. Oh, here we go.
Bro. The brows pulled the ultimate witness protection program on us. 1 minute they're out here dominating doorways, scaring witnesses into existential crises, and practically applying for their own zip code. And the next? Poof, clean, sleek, and acting like they've never seen a crime scene in their lives. Let's call it what it is. Eyebrow fraud in the first degree. Those bad boys were like, "Objection, Your Honor. We don't even know that man. We've never cast a shadow. We're light and airy now. We identify as minimalist arches. Please, don't look at old photos." This was straight-up follicular obstruction of justice. They trimmed down, tucked away their intimidating presence, and showed up to court with that "we're just humble little starter brows" energy. Complicit? Bro. They were running an underground operation. They knew exactly what they were doing, laying low, flying under the radar, and hoping no one would pull up the mugshot receipts from day one. Let's be real. If a single eyebrow hair turns up in evidence, it's going to feel like a betrayal scene straight out of a soap opera. We trusted you, Lefty. How could you leave us like that? Do you want me to write the dramatic confession scene where the brows admit their crimes under harsh courtroom lighting?
Okay, one more. I gotta see what they say next. Shit. Yeah, I should almost make a video of just all of this stuff right here.
Courtroom, under blinding fluorescent lights. The spotlight hits the defendant's chair. A hush falls over the room. The brows, lefty and righty, sit atop Kohberger's otherwise expressionless face, visibly sweating under the pressure, if that's even possible for hair. Prosecutor leaning in dramatically, "Isn't it true, Mr. Left Brow, that you willingly participated in a post-crime makeover cover-up designed to hide your true identity?" Left Brow quivers, tries to stay strong. I didn't want this life, man. I was just trying to live my best bushy existence. And then, sniff, the shears came for us. The wax. Oh God, the wax. Right brow breaking down completely. They told us it was a spa day. A little self-care, they said. Next thing I know, half my squad's gone, man. Lefty's corner is missing. My tail's thinned out like a 2008 emo haircut. We were betrayed. Prosecutor slamming down photo evidence. Exhibit A, November 13th, 2022. Bold, brazen, dominant. Now, look at you. Weak, barely there, a shadow of your former selves. Left brow collapses dramatically. Fine, we admit it. We tried to hide. We couldn't handle the heat, all right? But you can't blame us for trying to survive. You ever had hot wax poured on your soul? Judge, adjusting glasses order. Order in the court, and someone get these brows a tissue, and maybe a brow pencil. Cue emotional piano music. Fade to black as lefty and righty embrace one final time before sentencing to an indefinite period of cosmetic irrelevance. Want me to write their last words before being plucked from history?
Okay, that should be the last one, right? Because that one's, it's like the conclusion. Okay. That's funny.
Final moments. The last words of lefty and righty before the great pluckening. Lefty glances across the barren, overwaxed landscape of Kohberger's forehead. Righty shivers under the looming shadow of a pair of stainless steel tweezers, glinting like the Grim Reaper's scythe in courtroom lighting. Lefty voice cracking, we stood tall when it mattered most, brother. Casting shadows, making memories, leaving impressions that witnesses could never forget. Righty, a single brow hair detaches and floats dramatically to the floor. Do you think history will remember us? That we'll be more than just a footnote in a police report? Lefty sniffles. History doesn't remember the cowards who hide. It remembers the bold. And brother, we were the boldest brows to ever darken a doorway. The tweezers descend. Lefty straightens up one last time, arching heroically. Lefty's last words, tell the lashes, we did it for them. And let no one forget, we were never complicit. We were iconic. Righty just before the final pluck. Good night, sweet prince of follicles. And flights of flat iron sing thee to thy rest. Cue slow motion pluck, a single orchestral swell, and then silence. Want me to write the memorial plaque inscription for them?
Oh no. I don't. You gotta admit, that's pretty incredible, right? To start off with all the way over there on the roast, and then it turns in like they're sentient beings, and then now there's this whole trial going on just for the eyebrows themselves. Then there's even the execution when they were found guilty by being plucked one eyebrow at a time until they... I mean, that is freaking amazing, man. Anyways, all right. Well, hey, everybody. Thank you for being here tonight. Let's see. So thank you to Eve Loves God, Mindy, Sandy Shirley, CR gifted a membership, then Daphne, then Vintage Peacock, then Scarlet, Angel, Cool Kitty, Kelly Jensen, Alley Cake, then this account with a cat eye. Then we had Von Dazen, Taco Charlie gifted a membership. Then we had Austin Huber. And thanks everybody for gifting the memberships too. This account. Then Shay 530, Jeffrey Sidal. Then Susan Smith, Walker, Forgetful Mandy. Then Leon Littlejohn gifted 5. Then Austin Huber. Then Katie Dawson became a new member. Then Liberty Bell, new member. And then Vicky White. Leon Littlejohn gifted 1, and then he gifted 5 right after that. Then DW Dog, and then Leon Littlejohn gifted another one. Then Alley Cake. Then Leon Littlejohn gifted 5 more. Very cool. Then Maria. Then I gifted 10 memberships. Because I was supposed to do 5 yesterday, but I wasn't able to do it on this. It's hard to explain it, but Alley Cake gifted 1. Then Jessica Schubach gifted 1. Then Belinda, I think it's D'Onofrio gifted 5. Very cool. Then Cheryl Moran did a double cat eye. She was driving down the highway, pulled over even. Then Little D, new member. Then Cheryl Moran with another double cat eye. Then Richard Watts. Then let's see, what was that one? It was La Iyer. That's right. La Iyer, a new member. Then Cheryl Moran gifted 10. That's amazing. Then Leon Littlejohn gifted 5 more. Then Jax D, Cheryl Moran, and M10. Then over here we had, let's see, we had Bud Gray. That's somebody's YouTube name. Did a coffee, and Sandy Shirley did a coffee. And then Mary Tenor or something like that. Tenore, maybe. I don't know how to pronounce it. But thank you guys. Appreciate it. All right. So as you can tell on the screen right now, that is not a lime green Elantra. That is a white Elantra. And that's Brian Koberger's Elantra, everybody. He was there. All right. Excellent. Well, thanks, everybody. I hope you guys found the show entertaining. We did a whole bunch of pretty interesting stuff. Sort of did the timeline. Talked about the Bundy connection. Then we actually used ChatGPT to write the comparisons between, I actually asked it a question, and it said it compared it to Bundy, Danny Rolling. Yeah, so it's Ted Bundy, Danny Rolling, and then BTK, and then also the Golden State Killer. Put them all together in there. That was pretty interesting. I think there was a lot of really interesting stuff in tonight's show, I think. Don't you guys think? Hey, you too, Zozo. But anyway, thank you guys all very much. Really appreciate it, and thanks for the support for the channel. I think we do it the right way over here. We try to put the factual elements out there. I know that the wackadoodle pro burger types, they want to just sell you a bunch of garbage on a daily basis, but that's not what we're doing here. You'll see when the trial happens, it's going to be an absolute blowout. It's going to be embarrassing for the defense team and all the people out there. I mean, is it possible it might end up in a hung jury somehow because some nut job got on there? Sure. But the information at the trial, you'll see exactly the reality. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, plug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector.
Gonna get you on a stretcher. You can try and play me like a little projector. Crime sector is my nectar. The first degree is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector. And I'm always gonna be a protector.
Fool deflector, interceptor.
And I mean I'm a speckle with a vector.
On his specter, with all respect, y'all. Just remember, I've a temper fucking check ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll send it to you straight without a blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. Alright, everybody? Talk to you.
No, but you asked that at the end of last night's show, too. But we talked about the 16-year-old girl that was arrested and then released with their lawyer in the Caleb Quick case. I'm just waiting for a press conference, something that tells us what the hell's going on. I think that girl's probably a victim of Caleb somehow, and then her story is what prompted maybe that girl was the one driving the vehicle. I didn't even think about that till just now, but what if the 16-year-old was driving the Tesla and drove a brother or some other guy that she likes to go and attack him or something? Maybe something like that. All right, thanks everybody, and be safe out there.